Good morning. Is my microphone working? Yeah, alright. I noticed that the toggle thing is really stupid that Steam Deck has changed, or Stream Deck, sorry, has changed. It's so frustrating. How are we all doing? There seems to be a bunch of people in here today. And we are going to be talking about the update, the good, and the troublesome. And there's a lot of good in here. There is stuff that I asked them about, and they were pretty cagey. But I finally see that they've got the stuff in here. I had some predictions, which I was guessing were going to happen, and have seemingly come to fruition. So, there's some interesting stuff in here. Aren't they making an SUV or something? Did they actually... I don't think they announced the car that they're making. But they did announce that there is a new car coming. I haven't watched this video yet. We could watch that in a second. Yeah, I don't know why they're bringing it to PS5 but not Xbox. Well, why would anybody make anything for Xbox when Xbox doesn't even know if Xbox is going to continue? Like, Microsoft is doing some really weird things. Their Chase Roma. It's just Microsoft is a dodgy company to try to do business with at the moment. They are... not reliable. Some type of crossover, I think. When I first saw it, it looked kind of similar to like an Audi TT, like in the silhouette, but then the front looked nothing like an Audi TT, so I don't know what they're making. Like not an Audi TT, but like the Audi TT, AUD TT concept. When I looked at the silhouette, it reminded me of... Origin... No... Yeah, there we go, original. I figured out how to spell it eventually. No, there was one that was earlier than this. Well, like, the back end was kind of weirder, and that's what it reminded me of. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't doxing anything or anything like that, but I got a fairly nice review from this person. I'm very picky on what I want in a BeamNG car, so when I say I like this car a lot, I'm not joking. It is starred as one of my most favorite in the sim. That is very nice. I am still waiting on the Elfin team to get back to me to, like, have their say on a tune and maybe put it in there. So maybe that'll happen one day. The Peugeot RCZ, yeah, that was the other one. It's got like a weird elongated slope back. There we go. That's a great example of just like the proportions are a little bit wrong, and that's. I love the RCZ. I would love to own one. They are too expensive, and they're also French, so their parts availability and prices are just unpleasant. New car looked German, but apparently has a French car logo on the wheel. Okay. It would require high-tech mod devs like that. I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, let's get on to talking about the new update. They talked about a little bit of things have been brewing in the background. Version 0.39 is coming, apparently, make this extra big, later this year. So, apparently this update was meant to drop already, but then got pushed back. And now they're saying later this year. So, this update has been pretty big. And if this update brings the, which we're going to talk about, the console stuff, that's going to be, what would you call that? A big hurdle. Because I know that Sony is really difficult to work with by all accounts that I've heard, especially if you want to do anything like mods, and I would almost suggest we might not see mods on console. Though, I will talk about some things that I had seen that made no sense to me until I saw that announcement. AI revamp would be neat. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah, yes, it would be neat. That would be fantastic. So, update is dedicated to graphics overhaul that have been developed for quite some time now. One of the things I note that they talk about is the reduced memory usage. Gameplay from PS5? Why is that in quotes? What do you mean? Discord is down? Doesn't seem to be down for me. Yeah, there is the fear of them working with Sony, evil Sony. I mean, Sony is kind of an evil company, but they're not the most evil. They suck a lot. But I don't think that there's anything to fear from them working, because they can always just segregate the different forks a little bit with like a... We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to that particular part, but I have some ideas on how I think they're going to handle the situation. Specifically police, they've gotten worse somehow. Even if I change the siren on a police vehicle, if I speed past them, they still chase me with no sense. I've been working with they are working with, so I was working with AI for the license things for my mod. So that it has been nightmarish would be a pleasant way of putting it. Never thought it would come to console. I kind of thought that they were always planning to do that because they have the mod manager in-game as opposed to having to go to a browser. The browser still exists, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like specifically going to into the game to have it there, which is a lot of work in and of itself. So it didn't make a lot of sense for it to be there unless they were going to console. Sony might be bad in some aspects, but the fact that they are meeting Sony's quality standards, which is non-existent at that the game finally gets the step up in optimization and hopefully a more complete career. Maybe. Welcome, Ice and Ducks. I can't wait for a console player to try to spawn 50 cars and getting mad when it runs poorly. Yeah. Who knows, they may even cap that stuff for console. And I just finished making my own tire from model to texture based on the 2025 LMH Michelin tires. Oh, interesting. Welcome, Mysterious. Some requested features I've seen that are interesting, however. I don't think it could really happen. Requests like dynamic traffic. I noticed that they brought up aerodynamics. I mentioned that I wanted them to, like I wanted to do an up. So that's the thing that I'm gonna talk about in a bit. We'll get to that. That one's a little bit of a slight irk of mine. I don't mind that they're doing, but we'll talk about it when we get to that. And Farmer, not much. We're only just starting. So, does anybody know? Did they hire the person that made the volumetric clouds for this update? Because now I'm starting to think that they just did it without the mod developers' input at all. So, volumetric clouds with shadows, multi-scattering sky improvements, atmospheric fog, and new altitude-based fog. This one doesn't really do much for me. They did not hire him. He was a dev, from what I know, the mod guy. Let's have a look at that. BeamNG volumetric. Volumetric clouds mod. I know that Muye loves it, but for me it was just like a... Is this the one? 2024? That sounds about right. This sounds about right. So, Richard, that is too basic of a name for me to look into. Does he go by any other username? Where is... Oh, it's called BeamNG.sky. Alright. Then let's go to BeamNG.drive. There's a bunch of Richards, so it's going to be really hard to look up. That one's a blue BeamNG logo. And this one's concentric circles. Yeah, I don't see his name here, so I don't know. And also on his name here, I am not seeing any developer logo on his name, and that does retroactively update, I believe, on their website. So I think it's time for me to already start talking about my Irk. Angry that they didn't, but I've never looked into it personally. I'm noticing that BeamNG is showing a bit of a worrying trend of cutting the lunch of their mod developers. Now, there's a lot to be said about these mods being free, and I totally agree. That's why whenever I generally make my mods, they will end up free. But there's a lot of people that put more time into these mods than what is like a full-time job. And then when they get lucky enough that they release their mod free, but then there's like a paid version of it, the Patreon does so well that they quit their jobs to work on these things, so then you can get better mods. And now BeamNG is coming along and cutting their lunch. Which is... I'm kind of torn. I want BeamNG to be better. But they have really only had such a long-lasting game because of their mod community, or modding community. I really don't think that their game would have survived as long, been as popular for so long if it didn't have modding. There's been a lot of games in the past which just kind of would fall to the wayside because they run out of things and they couldn't pump out content enough to keep up with demand. And BeamNG doesn't ask for payment, so they wouldn't have had new players or new income from new updates. I personally would probably be okay if BeamNG asked for like DLC money for some of the updates that they do. Not revamps of cars, but when they release new cars, maybe. But I'd also like the game to be finished first. So they're not only cutting the lunch of the guy that did this, though I don't know how much they put behind it. There's also like the BeamNP people, which they are seemingly optimistic about this. But it does irk me that the BeamNP people were getting ready to start hiring a full dev team to deal with everything that includes, what is it? It's the new legal requirements about the protection of children in online spaces. So there was a lot of problems that were starting to arise around that sort of stuff, and that was going to require a lot of extra consideration and workarounds and all that sort of stuff. And if they wanted to have chat available, that would require a massive amount of work to implement something like a filter that can't be subverted, and no game has been able to do that successfully. And how much are they legally open to? So they also needed to have like a legal fund buffer sort of thing for that. And now they come and say, oh yeah, multiplayer is going to be coming soon. As far as I'm aware, nobody in the BeamNP team was even slightly made aware that this was something that was coming. And I have heard from multiple BeamNP devs, and actually from multiple devs of other mods as well, that the BeamNP team seemed to treat them with... I don't know, if I was to aggregate and refine down what I was able to ascertain from what mod developers feel from the attitude from the BeamNG devs, is the BeamNG devs treat them with disdain. Like, look down their noses at them, or they're annoyed by them. Yeah, you know what? They're annoyed by mod makers is what I've kind of picked up on. So I personally didn't get that, though I did feel that they are... Oh, actually, you know what? No. Actually, no. I have noticed that in some interactions, they feel annoyed by my existence. There's also another person I talked to on the team that seemed nice, but also, I don't want to say really manipulative, but like slightly manipulative, but like guilt trippy a little bit. So there's some misgivings, ill feelings from some mod developers. Some mod developers have also expressed that they really, really like the devs. I have changed a lot in this last year. How would I put it? I like them, but their communication is probably some of the shittest out there. And not in an okay way. Like, by the quick read-through I had earlier, I didn't see anything about, what is it? No, I've lost track of what I was talking about. BeamNG's would be a free mod on PC Superfast. Yeah. That one would be tricky. We knew multiplayer was coming for a while now, with the leaked UI elements from a year or so ago. Kinda, sorta, yes. I will admit that, but that was something buried. And there's been a bunch of things which are buried in the game code that have never come to fruition. Yeah, we got accidental teasers for multiplayer. What's an example of a game company that treats its mod community better? I don't know. But not, See, actually, this is something that I'm torn on with Mojang and their modding policy. I don't know whether it's like an outward policy, but they generally have a thing where if somebody makes a mod of it, they will not make their own version, or they will even drop their own version that they were working on if somebody makes it as a mod. Now that almost feels like a bit of a... They want to be the only one to do it, they don't want to be seen as copycats or anything like that, or as here, cutting people's lunch sort of rhetoric around what they do. And I wish they would just implement a lot of things in the base game that have been made as mods already. But maybe just talk to the mod person just at all, to even say, hey, your mod did X thing, we saw it and we thought that this had to be in the game, or we saw it and this is something we were planning already, just giving you a heads up. Just any sort of communication. I know that opens them up to legal liability, but hiding behind that all the time is like, oh, we can't say things, is also... It's a sign of a company that doesn't really want to interact with people and doesn't like people. There's a level of trust that you kind of... It's a bit of a two-way street, and if you only have the trust one way, you're a dick. Nighttime rendering, lights on shadows. There is light shadows from lights already. It's just, I think they turned them off, and that's something that I'm going to look at earlier, because people were talking about that, and I think that that's probably a setting, or you can switch out the light. But we'll talk about that. That's unrelated to what we're talking about. I think that has been a rule for a long time. Yeah, so, okay, so it's an outwardly done rule. They won't make things that are in mods. I think it would be fine if they said to them, like, this is something that we're thinking about implementing, just letting you know. You don't have to concede to anything the mod developer says, because you're the ones that own and run the game. But getting any kind of acknowledgement or like you did a good job even if you liked the mod. Say like the volumetric clouds thing, saying to them, hey, you did a good job there, but this is something that's coming to the game. Or just offering them a job to join, maybe? I don't know. Through one interaction, I feel that they almost considered hiring me. But I don't think that that was something that they were planning to do. It felt like they were open to the idea, and at the time, I was not in the headspace to be able to take up that offer, so I didn't really click onto it very much. But, I don't know if that option came around. I have noticed, a few BeamNG people say that, they were blindsided by this, update announcement. And they seemed optimistic. They also think that it's not going to be the same as BeamNG. Maybe. I don't know. I think what they're thinking is the multiplayer is going to be like there's the 2-seat option in BeamNG now where like 2 drivers can drive the same at the game at the same time. And then you can also have Steam Link, I think, is a thing that you could do to play single-player games multiplayer style. I think it's going to be not quite the split car driving thing, but like maybe you'll go in and get your Steam friend, go, hey, join my game or something, compared to what BeamNG is, which is like a community-based thing. Sometimes game update drops something that already exists, like what you're talking about. Such as that one heavy truck mod that was basically forgotten about because of the MD. I mean, I did a similar thing as well. I don't think people were too upset about getting more cars. If that person was trying to make a living off of one mod, that would be kind of sucky. They did try to talk to Optifine developers, but I don't think that worked out. Okay. Because then, if you try to also release it, that does kind of legally open you up, and it really... There is... I just feel that there's a better way to communicate with mod developers than a thing. I suppose you could also have, like, in the EULA, which I don't like EULAs, but I would abide by it totally fine, by saying that any mods developed for this can also be retconned by the BeamNG team, even if they change the EULA now, retroactively. I don't know. I don't know how that would work. It would probably happen as Ren, the person who made the germ, ended up as a dev a bit after the MD series. I noticed that they do hire vehicle developers in the out of the community hired staff, it's usually vehicle developers that get hired. I think Beam likes keeping things a surprise, but to the detriment of some mods, but also their community. They suck at communication. Like, they stayed silent on the Collada DAE issue, and they are still silent on the Collada DAE issue. The mods for Blender are not perfect, and I spoke to them about, like, you should probably say anything. And they were like, there's mods at the moment that you can use in Blender. It's like, you're not getting it. We need some sort of, like, communication, reassurance of, like, what's happening, because this is a big annoyance. Like, do we keep developing mods for Blender, or is something else going to happen? Like, what's going on? Compatibility with pre-existing mods. Their official Blender plugin broke and they didn't fix it. I don't know whether it's fixed yet for the newer versions. I think Mojang just wanted to use some of their code for the game, but Optifine didn't agree with that, but I might be misremembering that. Alright. Wait a minute, the game barely runs on high-end PC hardware. How on God's earth will it run on PS5 chip? I think you've got your settings on your computer wrong. It runs okay on lower-end computers, which is amazing. Are you trying to run 50 cars? Like the person said before, before somebody tries to spawn 50 cars on a console and then go, oh, the game performance is terrible, which, I'm going to be honest, is a very likely scenario, because if we look at other games, it's common to just have a lot of traffic, but you can't really do that a lot in BeamNG. What about the tires overhaul? Any news? There is a little bit in here. But in cases such as high-detail J-beam, it's a bigger letdown than otherwise? To be fair to them, I'd be shit at communication also. Yeah, but they're a decent-sized company now, and they could hire somebody in charge of PR that will, I don't know, maybe talk back to the owner and say, no, we have to talk about this, or any sort of acknowledgement. By what I saw in here, there was no acknowledgement of, and here, acknowledgement of the volumetric sky stuff, and no acknowledgement to the BeamNP team for their great work or whatever, like nothing like that. It's all, hey, look at this amazing stuff that we came up with the idea of. Hey, everybody, forget about that post that we removed from the internet about how stop asking us about multiplayer because it's just we don't think it's possible with this technology, or all of the other things like the handling is fine, you're just holding it wrong, and then they do handling updates anyway over the years, which drastically changed how vehicles handle. It's like, what? So whenever we have a complaint, it's our problem. But if you want to fix it, it's an improvement. Like, that one I found really insulting. Because I remember in 2020, brought up handling issues and how I just didn't like it. And I got the, no, you're doing it wrong sort of thing. And I'm pretty sure that was by a dev, I'm not sure. But it really, really pissed me off. Because I know the difference between an arcade and a simulator. Fuck you! So, it's just they're abrasive. Sometimes. A lot of the time. And now, whenever I ask for help, I know I was also incredibly abrasive and snarky and all that sort of stuff. I never get any help on the BeamNG forums, and they do not do anything on the BeamNG Discord. If I ever have any sort of question for BeamNG, normally my questions are too high level for most modders, and I get no help. Nothing. No feedback, no nothing. Devs never talk on here. I never get any help here. So, the communication is... it started off middling, and now it's terrible. My RAM is just the cause of the crashes due to size. That is actually an optimization, and I brought this up to them, but I think that this is something that was already on their radar. But I also feel that it was on their radar, but they weren't focusing on it at the time. But I said that I wanted to make a video on optimization, and I wanted comments from the developers themselves, because I have communication with a few of the developers. And where was I going with that? My ADHD brain is kicked in now. Oh, I can't remember what I was going to talk about. I was talking about... I'm doing well, Niche. I can't remember. What the fuck was I talking about? It's completely gone. Oh yeah, the optimization updates. So I asked them about like I wanted to make a video on optimization with the increased pressure on new people entering the PC market, and I'm pretty sure the response I got from the developers was, "What do you mean?" So I feel that it was on their radar, but not something that they were actively thinking about. And I am glad that at some point they looked at a news article somewhere and it said to them that RAM prices are going fucking insane. So I think at some point they went, okay, this thing that we do kinda on the backside, we're going to bring it to the forefront, because they're always doing game optimization updates. There's always been optimizations. And it's always kind of been like a background sort of commented on thing. And I see a lot of people that'll come through my chat and they'll be very despondent. AI viewers? Oh, fucking... Twitch sucks. Why am I multi-streaming to Twitch? Jesus. Alright. Ban. Yep. I'm glad that they're talking about it, because I get people that are despondent about, like, oh, I wanted to get into BeamNG, but I can't afford to build a PC at the moment, and then I have to reassure them that BeamNG is actually not that bad, and I want to make a video on this at some point. I want to get, like, a lower-end PC, and how to get into the PC ecosystem if you want to do BeamNG stuff. So I'm glad that they're bringing a little bit more light to the forefront on this issue. They also refuse to make any comment on the topic as well, by the way. So, not great communication, but I'm glad that they're at least talking about specifically these sorts of things, so then people won't feel so, not maligned, what's the word? Second-class citizened by like oh, I'm not even going to get into PCs because I can't afford a PC that'll build. It's already well optimized, Todd Howard. I would say that I am impressed with how optimized BeamNG is, but it's still not a game that is optimized fully. I reckon that there's so much more that could be done. It's just now we're getting into like the nitty-gritty of like really high-effort things that need to be done to the game to make it more optimized. That requires them to specifically look at their hiring practices and go for like top-level computer science degree, PhD holder sort of people to figure out the top-level stuff that they're having to look at to optimize more. Who's betting that even if we were to send them an email to offer our services as PR, they wouldn't answer? Yeah, no. There's been a lot of times where they have just completely never responded to me, but that's just communication issues. I am not great at communication either. I would not suggest that I become a communications person for them either, because I get snappy sometimes. So yeah, kind of like the automation devs. I like the automation devs, but they had like a laissez-faire approach to their rules on dev interactions with their community, and I remember constantly getting a stream of people complaining to me about the automation devs and how much they didn't like the automation devs. Now, I only really got a snippy response from them like once or twice. That was like a very much a go fuck yourself sort of attitude. So it kind of sucked, But on the whole, I found that they at least were forthcoming about things that they are and aren't going to do, or things that are slated, or maybe happening. Like, they were open about that sort of stuff, which felt rather nice. But then you come to BeamNG, and no, you're holding it wrong. Like in a questionnaire sort of thing. No, multiplayer is not coming, and it's probably not possible with this current technology or whatever it was. Like, then the multiplayer came out and it was still there. It was like better LED and flat fakers to replace 3D assets at a distance. Yeah, flat assets would be a great optimization. I don't know, do they have that already? I know that they did a big shift, and this is something that I was vocal about. I never asked them, but like if a lot of assets from game assets could be moved from specifically the maps themselves into the common directory. So then if I wanted to do something that required like a tree from another map, I wouldn't have to make my mod like, what, 13 megabytes bigger to bring over a DAE and have it in my map. I would love to just be able to reference tree and bring tree into my map. I don't know if it's 13 megabytes. Maybe it's 1 megabyte, but then there's a bunch of trees, a bunch of assets, all that sort of stuff. They brought in the building editor thing. I had bugs with that, but that's a thing that happened. New performance updates? Yes, so let's move on. Rendering tech. A new Direct 3D 12 rendering. So I don't know what... Direct 3D 12 renderer? I don't know what that is. Is that DirectX 12? I don't know. Because I'm on Linux, so... Here it goes, it says DirectX. So, I'm not sure what's happening, but apparently it's supporting HDR. I have a HDR monitor, but I'm also on Linux, so I don't have full support on that sort of stuff. And I also go through a capture card, which is also problematic. I have an NVIDIA card, which is also problematic on Linux. My chances of getting HDR to work on my display, incredibly unlikely. And a new natural tone mapper that improves SDR and HDR. Okay, so I don't know what this is about. Lighting and shadows. Now, I have always really hated BeamNG's shadows. Even with their new update, I still don't like it. But I also try not to focus on it. The main reason I hated it previously, before their recent update on it, was my ADHD would always get kicked in the absolute arse. Just seeing like the blips of like the circles like on the screen. Not epileptic, but like it was hard for me to concentrate with my rampant ADHD that was unmanaged at the time, and I was like, I can't focus on making this mod. It hurts. So, I was glad that they did an update, but I feel that it wasn't enough of an update because it was still like blurry and all that sort of stuff. What day is it? Oh, good. So not... I thought they were going to cut me off of my power. Also got another message I want to check. 1 second. Alright, we'll talk to them later. It's still... The shadows are... They're just soft. They're really soft. And I know that shadows are a big performance hit for games. And BeamNG wants to be very performance optimized because it is such a complicated game engine to run. And I really want them to increase the 2000 megahertz game engine. Or is it 2000 hertz? I can't remember. I think it's 2000 hertz game engine refresh rate. I want them to like 50% more it, maybe double it, because there's nodes that need to be lighter that can't be lighter, and the game gets unstable with it. I'm gonna launch up the game quickly and we can talk about like why I want the game engine to be more performance orientated, so then it can increase that polling rate. They're a lot easier to run. What was the car that I was using? Was it this car? You know, PS5 is getting it as well. Yeah, I know. So if we pull down on this, no, okay. There we go. You can see that's shaking a little bit. And this is at the very limits of how light and rigid something can be in BeamNG. And I would say that this has probably the rigidity of plastic. But carbon fiber is a little bit lighter, theoretically, but also incredibly more rigid. So that is a thing that comes down to the frequency. So the calculations it's saying is this should have a velocity that way, but the damping and then the spring stuff should pull it back into shape. But if it gets lighter, that has less inertia, so it can move faster. So if it goes that way, and then the frequency calculation says it goes that way, then that way, and then it updates when it's going that way, it then goes, well, the last time I looked, I was going that way, and you say there's extra force going that way? Alright, I'm gonna go further that way. And then, that causes this shaking. So if they do lots and lots of optimizations, I hope that one day they can increase that polling rate, and we can have lighter nodes. Because that is a limitation in BeamNG at the moment. So, anytime I see optimization updates, and for a couple of years now I've been like, yes, good, optimization updates, fantastic. Also, the fact that people can play on lower end computers that used to complain and now complain a little bit less. The thing is like, as we go through the rolling hardware as well, you can't also forsake the high-end hardware, so people want things like better graphics. So what do? So when they released their Shadows thing, I was very pleased to see that they said that it came with performance updates, which was fantastic. I remember that they used to have an issue when you would apply the brakes. If you had too many lighting objects, which happened very commonly on automation builds, it would... What would it do? It would stutter the game if too many lights came on at the same time, and that sucked. That sucked so much, because when do you need smooth frame rate? Let's say the braking zone. So what happens in the braking zone? You put the brakes on. What happens? You start getting stuttering. Oh shit! You could maybe combine that with the Universal JTO mod to make it. What are we talking about? Probably by somewhere. I wish one day we got something similar to the old DH Hyperbolide mod, but for the new one, probably by someone else, because apparently the original creator did stuff and got banned. Ugh. I wonder what they did. Similar to what Philman here did for Carmody Scintilla. Ah, yeah. I want to redo that mod, but without the GT3 dependencies. Because, at the time, I was doing it because that's what Carmody wanted, and it needed that. But I can do it without, it's just it needed that at the time. Huge limitations that we also can't make bigger size maps like GTA. Yeah, that is something also that kind of irks me is... Oh, not irks me. Is frustrating about BeamNG's game engine is it's not natively well suited to giant maps. So, West Coast USA feels very compact with its density of things to do. Someone made an entire content of Antarctica as a map. Yeah, there's not a lot of detail on there though. And I also remember that there was a bug a while ago, and I don't know if it still exists, that the bigger the map, the longer it would take to load in new vehicles, and that was something that I was taking into consideration when running multiplayer races, it was significant on... What's the Nordschleifer map? My main hope for official multiplayer is for loading into other players' cars to be more seamless. They actually made that quite a lot better in BeamNP. Like, quite a lot better. But I also did ask them for a soft loading mechanic where it wouldn't lock up the game in just the base game whenever you wanted to load in a new car. But that never happened. But I still want them to implement a soft loading feature. Get back to understanding or attempting to the AI. Yeah, I think AI needs a lot of work. And I am scared to work on AI at the moment because I don't know what's happening with that. BeamNG is Gary's mod for cars? Yeah, kinda. I think that's probably a good way of putting it. And Gary's mod I don't think would have done any good if it didn't have modding support. It just feels a little... What they've done here just feels a little dismissive. If they did reach out to the mod developers, then I would feel a lot less hesitancy towards these updates. But I am glad that this is coming. I like the idea of fog. I was going to make a rain-based mod, which was going to activate rain, which is a thing that's in the game, and then have the game, the map change dynamically to the rain based on some ideas that I've been given by other people and other ideas I've had. But now I'm hesitating. Do I ever consider that mod? I could never get BeamNP to work. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, having to do the workaround. And I always said, for a long time, I forgot to say it earlier, I was going to say it earlier, is BeamNP, I always felt, should have been something that was native in-game. Like, multiplayer should have just been native. It irritates me how incompatible the game was with multiplayer through choices. But the BeamNP devs have done a really good job of getting around that. I have heard that the BeamNG devs have made a lot of changes which make it easier for the BeamNP devs. I think that's fantastic. Did you run the BeamNP launcher? Oh yeah, so you're talking about that. Getting it to run on Linux, I find a bit of a headache. If it's in their timeline, why put the work in? Yeah. But I don't know. Mod for a T180? Speed racer car? Oh, maybe. The problem is then you're getting into possibly, I'm guessing it's a lightweight car, high speed, which it doesn't deal with well, aerodynamics considerations. Yeah, it's a lot of things that are really tricky, because don't those sorts of cars go like 500 miles an hour? I can't remember, like something stupid like that. Maybe she should have made by BeamNG devs. Sure. What I would have loved to have seen is if it was a thing that was accepted by him. I don't know. Maybe they actually talked to him about implementing BeamNP into BeamNG. I don't know. But I feel that them hiring him, so it would have been first party, so BeamNP didn't break every update for however long that went on as a thing that would happen. Which, we had an update recently, and I didn't have to update my launcher, which was nice. "100% Beam was designed for multiplayer." The game engine is a first-person multiplayer shooter game. But I think they wanted to get everything to a more stable with a... No, it was not designed for multiplayer. They even said that they didn't think that multiplayer was ever going to happen. Independent four-wheel steering? No, that's simple. Anyway, chat's moving a little too quickly now, and I'm starting to lose track of what we're talking about. So, let's go lights and shadows. So, global and local exposure to simulate eye adaptation? Oh. Whenever I think of this, I think of old, if anybody ever played the original spin tires, this sucked. So, as long as it's not over the top, I think it's okay. But improved dynamic reflections is going to be interesting, because at the moment reflections are very performance heavy, and I don't have it on because I've got my graphics down because I have a memory leak. Let's turn my graphics up. And this is something that I learned about when I was making my Elfin mod, is in the settings themselves, if you go into graphics, you set the resolution for it, and you can't go that high in the resolution of the mirrors. But I think that's also because it's really hard to tell. But there's a lot of aliasing in the mirror reflections. There's just a lot of aliasing at the moment. This whole screen can be 1080, so this being 1024 is yeah. Wait, is that not actually changing anything? Higher settings will provide sharper reflections. Is this... Oh, detailed mirrors is what I'm thinking about. Sorry. You know what? Actually, let's have a look at dynamic reflections. Okay, yep, no, that is changing live. I got confused. So, mirror reflections. Yeah, still lots of aliasing. So yeah, if there's an improvement to that, that'd be great. I remember a lot of people wanted working mirrors, and I was always contemplating if I could place a camera in the world, I could do that. But then that would also open up VR and all that sort of stuff, and I was like, well, since there hasn't been anything like that previously, I don't think that would be a thing that could be done. But then they implemented VR, which I thought was also going to allow them to do mirrors. And that happened. I remember mentioning that once and being like, I wonder if this means you could have dynamic mirrors, and then that happened, so that's cool. I wish games gave the option to just use upscaling for reflections and shadows versus whole game. Ooh, I don't know how that would work, because you would have to apply that as like a final layer filter, and the upscaling would happen on the things that have the reflections, not just the reflections themselves. I don't think it works that way. Anyway, fast screen space shadows? Screen space shadows. Improve shadow quality and stability. Well, I think the shadows are fairly stable right now. Oh wait, no, just as I say that, it is flickering still. I've just gotten a lot better at mentally blocking it out, filtering it out with my brain. That used to be a thing that I was not able to filter out before. But, yeah, that's good. I would like a better shadow, because if we have a look, I set it to Ultra. That is... So, as you get closer to the thing that the shadow is being cast upon, the sharper the shadow. That's something I learned during filmmaking, so please don't be like, that's not how that works. So, the closer you are to the thing that the shadow is cast on, the sharper the shadow is going to be. And it always kind of just didn't feel good enough. The update made it a hell of a lot better, and I was happier. A lot happier. I was almost satisfied. So, an improvement on that, from me, very welcome. Because I don't like bad shadows. It's one of those things where if you notice it, that's a bad thing. And if it's really well done and like a marvel of technology that it just implements seamlessly, most people won't notice it. So it's one of those thankless things. So when they did that, I kind of brought a bit of a spotlight to the improved shadows. I talked about it a little bit and I was appreciative of it. So much content right now. I don't know if this is going to turn into a video. This is turning into too much of like a ramble and a rant sort of thing. Global illumination ray tracing is done at low resolution and relies on some processing to smooth out. Sure. Full plays all games on ultra 12 FPS. I mean, I kind of am one of those sorts of people. Unless it's a competitive game. I love good graphics. Or it's more that I don't like low graphics, is probably more what it is. I'd love to not think about the graphics. Someone on the subreddit found out that the Hirochi Rota suspension fits the Bruckle 9. No, that makes sense. But, no, you can make all suspension fit other vehicles. I could put the Bruckle suspension on the Bastion. I'm a little scared of what's gonna happen with that. Growing up with OG Xbox has me not caring about high FPS. Sure, fair enough. I do remember that that console was not well optimized, but also really cool at the same time. Having like a hard drive and being able to install things so you didn't have to like load from a disk. Oh, loading from CDs back in the day sucked. Anyway, surface and textures, subsurface scattering. Wait, subsurface scattering? And an extended texture detail mapping system. I don't know what that means, but subsurface scattering? No, there is water. Okay. And you would get a little bit... Oh no, it would also be on glass. Yep, no, it would be on glass. And just a little bit on rubber. But subsurface scattering previously has been a very performance-heavy thing. Like the sort of thing that you would only really bother with in pre-rendered cutscenes or pre-rendered movies with 3D stuff. Like, it was a huge deal when they had it on Golem. If you guys remember the original, how do you spell Golem? So, like a... Here we go. This is like the really iconic one where it's got like subsurface scattering. And subsurface scattering is normally talked about with skin because as you get under the skin, the colors change and then that changes how the skin looks. So if you have a look here, the skin is fairly white and then here it's just like a darker shade. But then along here you get a little bit of like a red tinge. It's because the light is coming through, it's hitting the red hemoglobin and then not really emitting, but reflecting out that redness on like that shallow bit of skin there back to the surface, and it gives a little bit of a red tint when that light isn't like a... There's redness under the skin. The skin itself is not particularly red. If you've ever peeled off some skin, it looks white. So how does a human not look just paisley white? Well, white people look paisley white. It's because there's that red hue underneath, but it really comes on like fringe lighting for subsurface scattering. I don't know what necessarily they're getting for this. Clouds. Okay. Subsurface scattering might be related to the volumetric clouds, because clouds really, really do need subsurface scattering. Or some sort of like workaround to fake subsurface scattering. Also makes two-stage paint look deeper. Yeah, yeah. I liked it when they did the... What was it? Not the HDR update, the graphics overhaul that they did that allowed like a better metallic and all that sort of stuff, BeamNG just looked so much better after that. An idea of them going much better and actually getting like metallic fleck, I think would be amazing. I have looked at ways of implementing metallic fleck, but it's, or metallic flake, depending on who you talk to. That would be cool. I like the idea of that. Implying Golem has hemoglobin, implying hobbits use iron-based oxygen transportation in the circulatory system. I'm guessing they didn't think that deeply about it. Also, fuck you. Stop poking holes. I feel like a BeamNG dev's like right now, so stop pointing out the things that are wrong in the thing that I'm doing. PBR, yeah, the PBR update. I really, really liked the PBR update. I don't think I made a thing on it because at the time I didn't have the mental bandwidth to change what it was that I was doing to talk about updates. So this will be interesting to see how this works. Nighttime rendering. Vehicle lights with realistically calibrated intensity. Vehicle lights with realistically calibrated intensity, temperature, and light cookies. Textures that shape projected light. Oh, like cookie cutters. Okay. Allowing for realistic patterns and beam effects. What that's reminding me of is like those old laser pointers with text behind it. Laser pointer text, or like images that you could do. Laser pointer pictures. Okay, well, this is not going to work. Cookies. That's how you spell cookies. Yeah, no, that didn't. Okay, well, it's not working, but you know what I'm talking about. You know the ones where they, like, you put a thing in front of the laser pointer. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. I might then remake, if nobody really cared that much about it, that one mod where I had like the light shining backwards and it like was so intense that it dropped everybody's FPS by a lot, which was a part of why I wanted to do the mod, is like I knew that it would be really super intensive, but I also didn't want it to be too intensive that nobody would be able to run it. But the BeamNG denied that dev because of the poor performance it had. And they were like, try running less lights. I was like, well, that doesn't really work because then it doesn't like have the bloom and the shape. This could be interesting. If the bloom is affected by this, I think it'd be great. Got big views today? Doing okay. The automation streams do a lot better. Just a smaller appetizer for the graphics improvements coming in your way. Now, I have never been particularly good at spotting better graphics. I can only ever spot bad graphics. I don't know why my brain works that way, but I look at this and go, is it better? I'm noticing like a nice sheen on this, but was that already there? I don't know. The light roll off on this tire maybe looks a little bit better. Once again, I don't know. There is a difference between like a roll off shadow edge and a shadow edge, so I wonder if they're treating that different. I don't know. The bloom feels quite nice. I like to have bloom on because bloom does feel nice. Just, I found that bloom is like map dependent, which is really irritating. So I have to find out when I make maps, like what is the weird setting that makes bloom break? And then if I want to do specific things to change how the graphics look by modifying in-game things, it then breaks bloom. I would like if bloom was a little bit better, like map independent. The new video is beautiful. I think it's more noticeable there. Okay. That reflection does look pretty good. Though I never really looked at reflections before, so I don't know if this is still better. I'm noticing light going through dust. Is that a thing that's happening? I suppose if, yeah, there'd be some sort of scattering in dust, but dust is particles and not volumetric. Are they saying that by this picture that dust is now volumetric? That would be cool. After seeing the BeamNG Sky mod, I considered working with this person to make burnouts, because burnouts at the moment don't look realistic at all. Just, they're not even close. Like, if we have a look, can I do a burnout? I don't know. I'd have to get, like, line lock. Is there line lock? Line. Break line lock. Rear wheel line lock. You can have front line lock? Okay, I can't hear anything, but yeah. Okay, that looks better than what I remember. But still, that is not how burnouts look. Car burnout. Don't show a car on fire. There we go. As you can see, like, it wraps around... where's one way we actually see, like, a tire smoking? Yeah. This is something that can't really be done in the particle system, as it... particle systems, I don't think, physically interact with physical objects in the game. I think it only really gets affected by wind and the velocity in which they're ejected at. So that was stuff that I was thinking, like, I could make like a volumetric thing that wraps around and pluminates. I don't know what the word would be called there, so I just made up a word apparently. I've never looked, like, I've always thought that BeamNG having crashing is cool. I've never really been huge on, like, caring about crashing cars in BeamNG. But I've always thought that the crashes themselves were kind of ugly. Because, like, often things are poking through, sharp pointy edges will happen very often. So, is there a particular reason why they're showing crashes here? Is this an improvement? Are they not allowing things to clip through better? I don't know. It just... I don't know. That wheel hub looks higher quality than some of the other wheel hubs I've seen. Reflections here feel a lot nicer. Oh, I always loved driver San Francisco tire smoke effects. The smoke wrapping around the tire and stuff. Driver San Francisco. Driver San Francisco. San Francisco. Burnout. Let's see if that doesn't just give us burnout paradise. Yeah? Is that what it looks like? Let's go into YouTube with that. Flexible AMD is updating drivers for older GPUs to allow... Oh, okay. Well, this is a donut, not a burnout. Yeah, okay. The illumination kind of sucks a little bit because you don't get more light in a enclosed area. So, decent. But also, once again, not perfect. I'm a Jimmy subscriber too? Yeah, I'm subscribed to Jimmy Broadbent. I realized that I misrepresented a lot of things in my tires video that I did. Some people thought that I didn't like Jimmy, but no, I actually really like Jimmy. I think, except for his like lack of communication or like a lack of ever interacting with his audience, I feels a little I don't know. I know that it is really emotionally taxing for a lot of people to interact with that many people, especially an audience, which will often want things. The amount of times that, because I don't normally respond to people that are asking for mods, because I don't like being asked to make mods. So when I, communicate with, like responding to a lot of comments on my videos and whatnot, when they then turn around and go, oh, hey, can you make this mod for me? I'm like, ah! Like in the response to my things, like, ah! I was trying to avoid this. I don't like thinking about it. So the fact that it shows up in a notification, and then the notification won't go away until I click on it. I hate YouTube sometimes. They do some really bad things. I'd love to like mark all as red. I think would be great. And then there's also notifications on YouTube that I can't clear because I can't see them on YouTube because I have to use the app to see the notification. It's like, why even show me the notification? What's better on console? But yeah, it was the dynamics of it. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Jimmy's VR videos? Yeah, I really liked that too. I was already really into VR, and I knew that VR was better for Sims. Then I saw Jimmy doing it, and that's kind of, I think, what opened me up to, opened the algorithm for YouTube to show me more Jimmy. Okay, I've said his name too many times now. Jimmy Broadbent. Jim Broadbent? My brain is fucked. What just happened? Anyway, I'm just gonna say Jimmy because the rest of my brain isn't working. Yeah, that made me go, oh, maybe I should try VR in racing sims. And oh my god, I loved it so much. Like, I loved sim racing, but I'd always struggled with breaking points and telling where other vehicles were. That and also like turning their head side to side to see where their cars are. I wasn't good at looking at radars, and it didn't really work great with my brain. So I played it with VR, and oh my god, it was a game changer. Now, I played it on an Assetto Corsa Competizione, and a lot of people said, don't play VR on this game, because it is, like, the performance optimization for it is absolutely abysmally terrible. It will be really horrible unless you have the absolute highest end computer. I didn't have the highest end computer, worse than my computer now, and I played it perfectly on the Windows Mixed Reality VR headset. And what it turns out is the Windows Mixed Reality VR headset was actually just kinda, quietly, low-key, the best VR headset on the market, with just low-end specs, so nobody took it seriously. And also, Microsoft didn't really market it well or at all. Also, going to third parties for gaming hardware, not really normally a good financial decision for anybody involved, especially the people making the hardware. So that was really disappointing when they just basically gave up on it and then eventually even depreciated it from Windows 11 entirely. Was a surprise indeed? Yeah. I used to think Broadbent was a nickname because he crashed all the time. Oh, really? Oh yeah, something else that I also feel that I misrepresented in my video is that I was doing something that the devs couldn't or haven't done. But I thought I clearly said it at the beginning of the video, but it seems that I said it in a way that didn't stick in people's minds. The mod that I made was something that the devs had already done, but chose not to use, but also didn't give us the option to ever try it out. Because there's a lot of people that would take a less quality tire model, less quality tire, what would you call it, instantiation, like a implementation as a option, if it had that better deformation, squishiness, and all that sort of movement. But it just was never an option. And that's what I was saying about my mod, is that. And that's where my frustration was. I got asked by one of the higher-ups, I can't remember who I was talking to, because I really don't know the hierarchy. I don't know who owns, I don't know who's in charge, I don't know who's in charge of HR, who's in charge of modding. I don't remember who I was, like the rank of the person I was talking to, but they were fairly high up. By what I was able to ascertain, I'm also terrible with names, so I can't remember their name anyway, and they elucidated to me that they don't want me to, like, what was said was confidential, so I'm only going to give broad strokes. And it also helps that I forgot what I was talking about, so I can't even mention what it was that they said. I wish I didn't have ADHD. God damn it. Devs release more pics. Let me send them in Discord. What are we talking about in here? Oh. That is incredibly high poly. No, I can't see the polys now. Okay, yep, no. My brain is updating. I'm seeing the polys now. It's just, I saw this curve here and I thought that looked really high poly. Nah. That line there, is that something that we would have seen previously? I'm trying to, like, look for the subsurface scattering thing. Yeah. That is not really an effect that we've had previously. Is there anything else that has an open grill or is there a body? This will have those sorts of shapes. Here we go. Oop. Did I accidentally start a replay? Oh, that's going to be a ginormous fucking file. So this is a trick of lighting. As you get into a corner of a reflective object, it can get brighter. Oh, no, we have it here. Okay, I do see it. But that might be a reflection. I'm wondering if that's one of their updates. Now, I'm not going to watch the video because I don't want to spoil things, but yeah, let's get back to this and move through this. Volumetric clouds. Honestly, I have no qualms about the... Well, I mean, there's no moon, and there's no clouds on this map. I suppose I could implement them, but I've never really had a problem with that, so that was never really a thing that mattered much to me. I think this would actually be a downgrade for me because I could see the patterns showing up in there, and that, like, the thing that Grand Theft Auto does, where, like, the LODs kind of phase in and out. When that's not done right, you can see, like, the pattern pop in, and that was always distracting for my ADHD brain. So, I don't know, I might run with it off. I know that clouds are meant to be dark, but it doesn't look right to me. No, I think I know what's kinda not looking right. So, clouds that are particularly dark are normally heavily laden clouds with lots of water in them ready to rain. But we're on a desert map, and these are, I suppose low-lying clouds have it, but there's also, like, different layers of clouds, which is realistic, but those ones shine through a lot more than these ones. I don't know. Something just doesn't feel right. Am I wrong? That quality makes it look like one from GTA 6 trailers? I don't know, maybe. Well, they shouldn't be that dark considering it's Johnson's Valley. Yeah, but then again, oh yeah, that's the other little thing I was gonna say is to get rain clouds that are heavily laden to travel so far as to reach to a desert, normally they're incredibly, like, dense and together because they've come in with, like, an entire weather front. They're not usually patchy this dark over a desert. They can, but that's a rarity. So you could just say that, sure, they're just showing a rarity, but if they're going for realism, then what you want to see is something that you've already seen, but in-game. If you know what I mean. It's the sunset? Wonder if clouds can be a real performance hog? They can be, but apparently, at least according to the guy that made this, when I watched their video, they were saying that there was limited or no performance hit. So, I am guessing, since the BeamNG devs have more access to the back end, that it's going to be even more performance optimized than that. Welcome, Rubbish Games. Anyway, moving on. All of this comes paired with underlying optimizations that fully revised and a fully revised set of graphic quality presets. Oh, okay. Yeah, because if there's a lot of updates, I suppose, yeah, you would need to have different presets. Interesting. I hope that they also fix this bug, if you haven't seen it as yet. Notice the car, notice the reflection, notice this reflection. Oh, no, it's aligned. Hold on. Okay, well, no, the reflection's fine. Oh, wait, no, hold on. It's broken again. It is just a small thing. When the menu comes out, it moves the player camera, though it doesn't move the reflection camera. Also, you can't, as far as I'm aware, without doing like shader mods, have reflections on map objects, only on vehicle objects. Like by that I mean like actual like reflective. So I'd like to see an implementation of bounce lighting. Like you drive a very vibrant colored car up against a brick wall and then the brick wall illuminates, or vice versa. That'd be cool. This map does not have reflections for anybody else. I made this as a mod. You've ruined my immersion? Oh, no, it gets worse. Can you see it there? I don't know how refreshy. It's also delayed. So there's like a bit of a jiggle on the car updating. I've ruined it again. And inline 8, that'd be fun. Building windows just seems to use CubeMap for reflections. Yes. And I have noticed that. When I made this mod, which I have to redo some more work because I also had a more ambient occlusion modded into this map. It also affected my bloom, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyway, a better balance between visual fidelity and performance. So they've changed their goalposts on what they're measuring against? Life would be trippy if reflections were delayed. Oh, it'd be motion sickening. Make an inline 8? I have made a few inline 8s. You can look them up. Speaking of performance, we've also put serious effort into improving memory efficiency. So I brought this up. I also brought up, I think in a forum post, that it'd be great if we could share GPU memory, especially with this memory leak that I'm having at the moment. What I would like is to have multiple cheap GPUs, as opposed to one GPU from NVIDIA, which costs $2,000, and share the VRAM out. Because, holy shit, I would love to be able to run on full graphics, but when it hits overflow, oh dear. Anyway, RAM and GPU prices have recently skyrocketed, and I think I may have used that same verbiage. And we hope our work can offset at least some of that impact. I think that is great that they are talking about it. I really, really appreciate that. Because otherwise, if it was buried in some patch notes, I would have been like, oh, just an incremental performance update? Great. But the fact that they're... like, I want to be able to point to this. And I'm great that I can. When somebody goes in, oh, I want to play BeamNG, but like, I can't afford to get into computers with the prices at the moment. You can get a used computer because they are working on these performance updates. How good they are or not, I also do just think that a lot of people are defeatist, and there's a lot of people out there that also spread misinformation on the poor performance of BeamNG. If you turn the graphics down, BeamNG actually can run very well. I am on what I would consider a mid-level computer. You can look into the description there. I have a 5800X release date, not the 3D. Specs, list of AMD processors. Was it 2017? 5800X. All right, what does the AI say? 2020. Okay, so it's a 6-year-old processor. I'm running DDR4 RAM, though it is particularly good RAM. The reason why it cost so much when I bought it is because I got a large amount of it. Its performance is decent. It's not the fastest. It's what, 3200? Where's speed? Yeah, 3200. But it's other rate is like 16. I can't remember. There's like a thing that talks about like latency of RAM. I went with a fairly low number of 16. Once again, not the lowest latency RAM, but it is a lot of RAM. I have 128 gigabytes though, even though it says 126. And then I got it just as prices were going up, and I was going, wow, this RAM costs more than what I feel it should cost. And then it exploded. I ran the original 2013 version of BeamNG on my Mac board. The original? Oh, so you got access to the CryEngine version. You'll have to share that with me. I would love to do something on the CryEngine. The MacBook Air, some stuff didn't work because of the OS, but it ran. Running on all lowest except lighting is on low. Dynamic reflections is all I need. Sure. I like to turn all of everything up. There's a few things that I don't notice as much, but it just it's too hard for me to. Yeah, I just turn it all up. I generally only use the presets. I very rarely fiddle with settings individually. Only if there's a real specific reason that I have to. My first desktop got off Facebook for $200. Was able to run a few cars at low graphics many years ago. Yeah. And then there's some, like, there was one other person that popped in earlier that said that, I can't remember exactly what they said, but they said something along the lines of BeamNG is so poorly optimized, you have to use the latest and greatest hardware. It's like, no, you don't. It really depends what you're trying to do. And there's a lot of people that spread that misinformation. It was kind of a thing a long time ago, but it's gotten a lot better. No, it wasn't the CryEngine version, it was the first public version from it. I thought the CryEngine version was made kind of public. The tech demo? Okay. Is that the first Steam release? Is that the first Steam release? Yeah. Normally just leave mine on high, normally at least 80 FPS. I do not get 80 FPS. I run at a lower FPS. At the moment I'm getting 60, but I think I'm capped. Just on this map, no other vehicles. If I turn my frame rate limit off... An average of 160. Holy shit. The last time... Oh, you know what? No, I don't have the thing for increased ambient occlusion done. That gave me a massive performance hit. I tweaked it until I was getting 70 FPS, which was just above what I would normally stream or record at. 4500U laptop? Oh, a laptop. Okay, laptops lie about their performance, so I'm surprised you were able to do it. Great on low. Wow, that's surprising. On all maps, what about Italy? Because I remember back in the day, that one used to be really, really poorly optimized. What are we looking at? Here we are. This map is nothing. There's... reflections upon reflections with water, technically, physics in here, and glow and bloom. It's not nothing. But it is nothing compared to a bigger map. I didn't notice the music change. Came to Steam 2015. Yeah, I reread that one. Inline 10. I downloaded an adapted version for macOS rather than run it through Wine or whatever. Oh. You run on Mac? That's a choice. West Coast was a struggle? Yeah, but I feel it wasn't as bad as Italy. Italy, I feel, was the worst. In more recent times, West Coast got harder to run. No critiquing the map. It's a great test map. Oh, mine? Oh, sure. I wasn't saying you were critiquing. It's just it's not devoid of performance stuff. When I think you start running multiple vehicles, the reflections upon reflections, I remember seeing once. I wonder. Let's get a really chromy, broad-sided vehicle. Let's bring out a van. Color, config, metallic, roughness, brightness up, saturation down, good. Okay. Can I see the reflection of... Alright, well, let's then make this one a little bit chromy. Can I see its own reflection in it is what I'm gonna have a look at. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Metallic all the way up, roughness all the way down, clear coat, roughness down. Blech. I do not see its own reflection. Wait, what? Oh, of course. Dynamic reflections are only on the active car. I forgot about that. How did I enable that then? Anyway, can we see the reflection of the reflection? Okay, that's actually, you know what? I may have been mistaken. I could see the reflection in the ground. And my FPS went from 160 to 130. That's 30 FPS for one vehicle. It's a little bit higher if I use the other one. Maybe it's the amount of chrominess. But, yeah. So... yeah. So I am really glad that this... So the next time that somebody comes in and poo-poos the optimization, it's as optimized as... Like, this is something that I say a lot. BeamNG is very optimized for what it is. It could be more optimized, but that's the sort of thing that takes, like, a lot of time to do. Do I use Boosteroid? I don't know what that is. Oh, you're talking to Andy. Okay. I think the H4 engine would be interesting. Stupid, but interesting. H4? I don't think that works. That would still be a flat 4. You mean a H8 engine? Literally only purpose is... Oh, wait, no. A H4 would have 2 crankshafts. Interesting. Literally only purpose is how to get 4 cylinders into the shortest space, but without height. Don't... What? Copy the van again? No, it has to be the active car. The active car is the one that gets the reflection. I don't know if you saw, but you also can't see reflection, also blocks out the sun. Yeah, there's also no moon in BeamNG, unless they fixed that. Takes a lot of time, still in beta. I feel that that's a bit of a cop-out at this point. Beam back in the day wasn't optimized, or I was using a bad platform. Yeah, there's been hardware improvements as well since then. I wonder what would happen if they tried to offload, or gave the option to offload, the physics calculations to the GPU. I feel that that could give a massive performance increase in certain situations. But also, it would be great if you could offload it to have those calculations done on a different GPU. 10 FPS on your first PC? Oh, yeah. Still use... You're asking if I still use Windows... still use it. It was 10 years ago. I don't use Mac anymore. Oh, okay. Either way, I'm gonna head out now. Have a nice night, day. Alright, see you later. Color Shio. Yeah, so the new version brings meaningful reflections in both RAM and VRAM usage. Or reductions. I'm so dyslexic. Depending on what content you're running and which mods you have installed, of course. So are they saying that... I get mods, but are they saying that some in-game content doesn't use this improved performance? So what they're saying is it's not so much a game engine improvement, but a material and mesh related improvement? I don't know. Along with reduced peak memory consumption during loading scenes, which is not something I've ever noticed before, but okay. Which can trim load times in some cases. I guess, yes, if you're running into page file usage, that would be a thing. So when you run out of RAM, generally your operating system will start writing to the disk instead, or drive. On the content side, we're happy to confirm a new vehicle is on the way too, together with the usual array of improvements to all existing vehicles, among which is the new orange peel paint effect. Subsurface scattering. Wait, no. It depends what they mean by orange peel, because now I'm realizing that there's actually probably two different versions of what this is. So orange peel here in Australia would mean paint peeling up, but then I realized that there's a type of paint or a way that paint is applied called orange peel. This is what you would call orange peel in Australia. I don't know if that's really an effect. But then I also realized that orange peel can mean other things. So like a roughness on the thing. But that could easily be done by a normal map. So, are they saying that they've just done... See, I'm a little bit confused here. By orange peel effect, if it was just like an orange peel paint, that would be one thing. But saying that it's an effect makes me feel that it's in like the renderer engine doing it. I feel it's going to be paint defect of orange peel that it looks like on the outside of the orange. The reason why I don't think it's this is like three-dimensional. That is not... I suppose that is orange peel, but that's like half-prepped orange peel, where they're like getting ready to paint it. But when I hear orange peel, I think of a three-dimensional paint. A normal map may not be detailed enough? I don't know. Automotive manufacturer intentionally programmed the robotic painters to create a slight amount of orange peel texture. This texture surface actually helps hide minor surface issues. Yeah, that has to do with, like, the depth of the paint will be slightly different as it goes deeper. So then if you create an orange peel and sand it back, it gives a look of perfect paint, whilst not actually being perfect. So then that way, once again, as you say, it hides imperfections. And it would make sense that they would try to perfect that. And I remember asking this when I worked as a an assistant in a paint shop. Not a paint shop, I worked as like a person sanding cars and whatnot, and prepping them for paint and doing all the masking out and whatnot. I asked them, like, I feel that there's a way that you could apply it smoother, because you're able to do a really smooth job on clear coats if you wanted to. And they then talked about that. Body shop, yeah, body shop. The physics engine is getting some attention as well. The aerodynamic simulation. Now, I asked them... Sorry, no, I talked to them about... putting more callbacks in the vehicle building phase. So, like, when a vehicle is loading in, it goes through and does the wheel stuff. They said, do you just want... where do you want the callback to be? And I said, can you just have multiple callbacks in multiple different areas? And they asked, why did I want to do that? Then I started listing off things that I wanted to do, and one of them was I wanted to intercept the aerodynamic model to change some stuff up there. And then I got a very irkfelt message back of like, why, what's wrong with it? I was like, whoa, sorry if I give off a thing to feel defensive about, but I felt that I had to then like justify my position. I just wanted to do things. It's a thing that's like, it's always like my second or third mod that I'm going to work on. But then I always go, you know what, I'm just going to do a quick mod in between before I tackle that massive thing of how aerodynamics work. But then those things always blow out, and then I made the tires mod. Or it blows out, and then I'm making the GTA, the Gran Turismo menu system and career system. I always underestimate things, and it always ends up like pushing that mod a little bit further. Anyway, so I brought this up to them because it was something that was, and part of also the reason why I hadn't done it, it was because there was issues with the game engine that made it really difficult for me to implement, and I wanted to change how triangles worked fundamentally. Anyway, the aerodynamic system has been expanded to include effects like slipstreaming, side drafting, and bump drafting. So, I don't know if I would be satisfied with how they implemented it. I would have to have a look. What I also wanted to do would encompass a hell of a lot more. Things like ground effect, even though that would be performance heavy. I would like it if somehow raycasting got more efficient, but other than that, I'm going to have to run a lot of raycasting, or a handful of raycasting per vehicle for that effect. You could fake it for other vehicles, but generally on the player vehicle I wouldn't fake it. This should make racing more strategic and offer new ways to practice hypermiling. I'm not really into the hypermiling stuff, but that is actually cool that that's like all a part of there. Make the racing more strategic. I feel that that's great. If there's more ways to overtake, that is really, really cool. But I feel the problem with the racing at the moment is the AI. And it is pretty jank. There's a reason why I don't really use AI. Is one, the performance hit. Two, I'm not really always playing the game. I'm usually modding the game, but when I do play, I don't often bring out AI anyway. Because it's just not particularly good, but then again, most AI aren't particularly good. And BeamNG runs in a very different way from other games, so they have to create a lot of processes themselves. And the improvements don't stop there. We've also added a new dynamic dampening system that reduces force feedback oscillation for a cleaner feel at the wheel. So I am glad that they're at least trying to address the force feedback issue, because force feedback in BeamNG is not good. It is actually bad. Sometimes I wish that there wasn't force feedback. It's like, it's not good. But I like the fact that they're doing that. But I feel that the way that they've worded it, it's masking the issue and not fixing the issue. So we'll have to see. I think official multiplayer could introduce proper multiplayer racing modes. Those sorts of things have been worked on by mod developers as well for a long time. I don't know. I am interested to see if they have an implementation for like real netcode. I do know that there is a mod developer, Rossi, that is working on it. I haven't really looked into it, and I might talk to them at some point about that. Maybe on stream, I don't know. See what they're into that. Anyway, there's another topic that we want to discuss. One the community has been asking about for as long as we can remember. But not for a long time since the mod. I feel that a lot of people moved on once the mod came out. I myself said that it really should have been a first-party thing. But after BeamNP got a lot better and improved a lot, I stopped asking for that. So, yeah, I don't know how much they were still asked about official multiplayer. But yeah, apparently that's a thing that they're doing. Now, I've already talked about my misgivings about their treatment of mod developers. I kind of want to put a scale to that. My misgivings are like I suppose it depends on the topic. Only about like a 4 out of 10 of my misgivings. I don't like their attitude a lot of the time. Then again, my attitude was shit and still can be very shit very often, and I try not to be. It's a ongoing process. I'm getting better, but it'll probably be a forever working on thing for the rest of my life, like it is for most people. So I'm not really per se upset. I think that in some regards, they're quite good. In other regards, they're lacking. Like, communication is one. I feel that their communication is... like, not to say that other games aren't bad at it. There are some games that are really great at communication. Some games that are companies that are really bad at communication. And I'd say that BeamNG is probably like a... slightly on the bad side, like a 4.9 out of 10 on communication. There are definitely companies out there that just shit all over people like Bethesda. They do some good things, but they also don't consider the big updates that they do and how they break mods, and apparently don't give any heads up to the mod developers that, hey, this stuff is changing. Like, when a mod is big enough, I feel that you really should take into consideration, like popular enough, I should say, take into consideration how it affects that mod, and you should communicate with them saying, here's the changes, this is probably going to break your thing. And apparently Bethesda most of the time, if not all of the time, didn't do that. And that pissed the mod developers off, especially when it came to, not No Man's Sky, not Sky Citizen, oh fucking, my brain is failing me now. Starfield. So, I do like that this is an announcement and not just a, hey, the update is here. That's at least nice. I do like getting a little bit of a heads up as a mod developer that this sort of stuff is coming. If I was in the middle of working on a mod, and especially if I was working on it publicly, and then they released that thing, I would be infuriated if I wasn't given a heads up. Though I am still quite small, so I barely make a blip on the radar. Though apparently I am a big enough blip that apparently I don't know if there's any developers that like me. I don't think I have necessarily heard, maybe one that I've had communications with, but by yeah, I've never really heard of developers liking me. I've only ever heard of developers not liking me, and it's generally talked as like a general thing that the developers don't like me. And I think that's something that a lot of other mod teams or mod individuals have also said when they've gotten to the size that people have made comments on it. That they feel that they aren't liked by the developers. Like the Linux kernel, don't change it unless it absolutely needs to. Yeah, but then they also talk about it a lot. They talk a lot about what's coming. Not gonna lie, you gotta go. Alright, see you later, Felix Gale. Neuroaerodynamics? Yeah, I'm glad at least there will be slipstreaming. I hope that it's something that I can modify, though. I really, really hope that it's something I can modify. I really, 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 really hope. If it's on the game engine side, I get it for performance, but it's going to be really fucking irritating, especially after I already talked to them about how I want to overhaul it. And run a very... Because what I want to do is very race-orientated and not going to be particularly helpful for any other type of play. So that's why I didn't necessarily want them to... No, I did want them to work on it. I wanted them to make it better. But in contrast, I wanted the ability to be able to do it. I don't know, I'm a little bit torn on that one. I just hope that it's not game engine side. What I was planning to do was just to have a script run through, disable all aerodynamics, and then run it in Lua alongside. Now, there's not much of a performance difference between running on... Who are you talking to, Rowan? I'm confused as to who you are? Sorry, I'm not good with names. It takes me a long time to remember people. And that's not me being offensive. I am normally, it would take months for me to remember a new girlfriend's name, because I am really, really bad with names. I have gotten a lot better, and also with medication, and it also helps if I have known somebody significant in my life with the same name, because then I can just make a link in my brain between those two people, that the name is the same. So, yeah, if I'm meant to remember you, I'm very sorry. That's somebody on Twitch, by the way. The Twitch isn't showing up on stream chat. It's because I've only just started doing it and I haven't implemented I haven't got a way to implement both Twitch and YouTube chat together. Rip to everyone's car setups that are now aerodynamically unbalanced? I don't know. See, my aerodynamic system was also going to take its own triangles into consideration, and then if you broke parts off, that would change the aerodynamics. Or if you never had the parts on in the first place, it would change the aerodynamics. I had like this whole idea of how I was going to run it. But the more I learned about Lua, the more I realized that instead of modifying the aerodynamic stuff, just replacing it would be an easier system. So, currently at the moment, the way to make the fastest vehicles is to literally strip it bare. So, no, I don't have a naked one of this. What would I have a naked on? On the bollard? Yeah. So this is something I do for mod making. Like, put the engine in here, and this is the fastest bollard you can have, which is not realistic at all. You add more weight by making a car more aerodynamic, by having all the body panels shaped around it and whatnot. But, BeamNG just doesn't do that. Also, I wanted to implement a system that had engine block aerodynamics, which is something which I have talked about in the past. Like, just as a silly, like and now we can do even this hyper-realistic thing, and then probably disable it because performance. Or at least have it as an option, I don't know. Flying vehicles needs way bigger maps, and it is possible. See Skeleton Coast map. Yeah. I think the way that Skeleton Coast got around the performance issue of big maps was because a lot of it is a 3D model. Helicopters in career mode is super fun, by the way. You should give it a try. I'm not much into career mode. There's a reason why most of the time when I'm doing mods in BeamNG, it's race related. It's because I like racing. That almost sounded wrong when I said that. So, I am glad there is more aerodynamic stuff coming in. I think that is good. I just hope that I have the ability to also still do my own thing. And I wish there was more... I wish there was a way to intersect existing functions. So, you know what would be kind of cool is when a vehicle is being constructed currently, it goes into common, it goes into JBeam, then there's is it in sections? No, it's not in sections, it's in Loader? Yeah, it's in Loader. I would love the ability to... no, maybe it wouldn't be there. I'd love a simple ability. So when we have a look at the tire section, wheels, then we go down to one of the functions, sure, all of these, add wheel hub. The one that I mostly worked on was add pressure wheel? Yeah, add pressure wheel. If I could go replace wheels dot function, oh, sorry, replace Lua common JBeam sections wheels dot pressure wheel, and then that way whenever something tries to access that particular function, it goes, oh wait, this matches this thing, go over and do that. I would love if that was a thing. Now, there is many ways in which that could be used for... that would be terrible for performance. But on a constructor, I feel it wouldn't be quite so bad. Now, I kinda did this, but I barely understood what was happening when I was doing it. I wish there was a clearer way of doing it, and I think that would be fantastic. But we're going to talk about the future of mods as well in a minute, when we get to further stuff down the line. I'm back, I see VS Code. Really? Where? Hold on, let me bring this back up. I'll bring VS Codium back up. Where do you see VS Code? I suppose it looks like VS Code. I'm joking, by the way. It's based on VS Code. It's just got all of the data scraping taken out of it, basically. Side drafting is an interesting one. That is something that is very rarely implemented. And I'm going to be honest, I have heard about it a lot. I don't fully understand what's happening because I've not had I've not taken the time to think about it. So, we'll see that. There's a lot of things in here which address things that I have wanted them to address in a long time, for quite a while. So, the RAM and GPU thing is more of a recent thing. That's fantastic. There's the aerodynamics update, the force feedback update, which I think is going to be fantastic. The multiplayer being native, I think, is going to be good. What I would like is if they make the multiplayer in a way that allows it to be modified and run and still have like modifications, so then BeamNP can still at least exist. If they completely replace BeamNP, that is also fine. It's their own game. They're allowed to do whatever they want. But we don't judge people by what they're not allowed to do. We judge people by what they're able to do, but choose not to for conscientious reasons. Like, I have the ability to murder somebody, but I choose not to murder people. So, at least in some regard, I'm not a terrible person. Anyway, they also say that it's not there yet, so it looks like this is something which is going to come in the future. As they talk about, development multiplayer has been underway for several years now. I'm guessing once the BeamNP mod came out, they were like, alright. I think really what they should have said is, like, I reckon if they had have worded that one Q&A section better, to say that, we don't have the expertise at this particular point in time to work on multiplayer, or to say that multiplayer is a monumental task and we have other things to do before we address that, I think that would have been fine. But the way that they were so dismissive and talking about the handling, saying it was your problem, what they could have said is, I suppose they did say that it's an ongoing process, but to really put all of the onus on the player itself, on the player itself, I suppose is the way you would word that, it felt shitty, because then it would get parroted by people saying that, no, it's your fault. Without the nuance of saying that they're working on it, but what you're dealing with is the fact that it's more, that I wouldn't say that BeamNG is more realistic than other sims. Not even with my mod would I say that BeamNG is more realistic than other sims. Its physics, underlying physics are more realistic, hell of a lot more realistic. But realism has many different metrics, like your understeer handling, your oversteer handling, transition phase changes in the grip and stuff like that, tire thermals, which is meant to be coming by what I've seen. Not so much in here. Yeah, it wasn't communicated well. But also they were a much smaller company at the time. I feel they also left it there too long. Shout out to BeamNP, would have been nice. Yes. I would have been elated if they had said any sort of like, thanks to the BeamNP people, we got the confidence to move ahead with our multiplayer thing, our multiplayer plans. That would have been nice. Like, just any sort of like nod to the fact that the community is there for anything other than for them to talk to, or talk at, sorry. That's that, I meant to say talk at. I only have really felt in interactions with two developers, like very separate occasions in different chat threads, have I felt that I was being talked with and not talked at. I always feel intimidated when I normally talk to the devs. I think the argument you're thinking in terms of physics realism has similar issues to the drone racing scene. There's a sim called Type FPV that simulates a lot, but nobody knows how to tune it. Ah, okay. So everyone uses brushes, everyone just brushes it off as being unrealistic. Ah, okay, yeah. I'd say that, well, what I particularly like about the underlying physics of BeamNG compared to other sims is its dynamic ability to deal with edge cases, of which there can be a lot of edge cases. And a lot of the times, developers haven't even taken into consideration normal usage into every situation. And when you start working off of less physics but more predefined behavior, the less it is capable of dealing with dynamic situations. Now, when I talked about the tires thing, I feel that this was also completely lost on everybody. Well, not everybody, on the overwhelming majority of people, like 95%. I would say that the other 5% may be here, I don't know. I've just noticed a few people that got it. I was saying that there is advantages to running with predefined behaviors, and there's disadvantages of running absolutely no predefined behaviors, because at that point you're going to have to be running at the subatomic level, and simulating that is just not possible at the moment. At some point you're going to have predefined behaviors. I just felt that BeamNG was in a unique position, and despite what a lot of people said, no, those other games do not run a system similar to BeamNG or what I made. They only animate based upon that. Apparently, they do a contact patch area calculation, but that's as far as that one went. I can't remember. Was that, R factor that calculates the contact patch? But they're not calculating huge amounts beyond that? Anyway, I can't remember what I was talking about. I was talking about misunderstandings. Well, anyway, that thread is done. Let's move on. Development has been underway for years now, but it is still far away from what we called ready. When it does land, it'll won't arrive as a final polished package. It'll follow the same approach as with tire physics. I would have assumed that it would come as a thing like the career menu, where it's like it's there and you can access it without having to dig too deep, but you have to be sure that what you're accessing is an early access thing. Ship an initial implementation as soon as it's ready, then gradually improve it based on your feedback. Do they... Now what I'm thinking is, like, the whole, like, enshittification of feedback these days. I don't think that these guys are going to listen to what... necessarily listen to what people ask for, and what they're looking for is feedback on the implementations that they already have, and improve things that they want to improve. Which, I get it. For morale reasons, that can be very important. But sometimes people have to work on things that they don't want to work on for kind of the greater good of the project. And I sometimes kind of feel that BeamNG does the former and not the latter. So now when you see a lot of companies sending out those like emails that ask you like how your experience was, you can tell that they are not interested in actually getting feedback. They just want feedback on how much you like their thing. So one of the things I noticed is YouTube, people complained a lot of the times is we have no way of communicating with YouTube about any issues that we are having. And sometimes we can have very serious issues on our YouTube channel, and there's just no way to communicate with them. So they started increasing their communications, but it was all about like how to increase revenue. And it was only ever about increasing revenue. And then they sent out a questionnaire, which I feel was meant to deceive people into thinking that they were doing a better job with communication, because the questionnaire was literally things like, do you like how often you're getting emails from us? Oh, sorry, no. Do you think that you're getting enough emails from us was, I believe, the way that the question was phrased. And like things like that, which are not the questions that people want to answer. What that is a middle management person trying to justify their existence by saying, look, I did a good job, people are happy. See, everyone voted 5. See, we are communicating enough. No, you're not. You're sending enough emails, but not for the reasons that we want the communication to happen. So, when I read that, I get my heckles up. Oh, I hope they don't do a shit job of this, and I hope they actually implement the things that people talk about. I hope it doesn't turn into a tire physics thing where they quietly work on it, but meanwhile forward-facing, and they never corrected anybody when people would say, no, it's your fault, you're holding it wrong. Oh no, you just don't know what a simulator is like. This isn't an arcade game. It's like, I fucking know what a simulator is, fuck you! Once again. Like, oh my god. So even if it wasn't developers that were saying that stuff, they never corrected anybody. Anyway, staying true to how we usually work, we don't want to compromise development by promising an arbitrary date and then rushing the work to meet it. I am glad that they don't crunch people. That is actually something that I am very happy about. When I heard that they were delaying it, I noticed that there was a lot of frustrations. All I was thinking is, good. I didn't really say it a lot because I hadn't solidified my thoughts on it until I read this morning. I am glad that they are not crunching their employees so they're not committing to dates. I hate committing to dates because it makes me crunch, and I hate doing it to myself. So when Rockstar does it, it pisses me off. So when Rockstar employees go, okay, we need to unionize so then we don't get crunched to fuckery, and then Rockstar commits union busting, execute the leadership. They are, so in Australia, the previous level for getting the death penalty or a lifetime penalty is the person had to be seen as unreformable. So there's somebody that's really bad, they committed a mass murder, but then they feel remorse. You kind of have to trust that they're showing real remorse. There's many different ways you can judge it. A judge has to also then weigh all of that. Juries are very rare in Australia because you have to opt in for that, and every lawyer will tell you, don't use a jury! Yeah, I dated somebody that did law. Though apparently in some cases it is good to have a jury. I feel that if you have repeatedly done crunch and repeatedly union busted, you're a bad person and you're irredeemable. If you are unwilling in any sort of way to give in, like, even assurance to your employees that there won't be crunch. Union busting, I get it. A lot of people have a fear of losing what they have. And there's that knee-jerk reaction to be like, oh, no, I have to protect myself or else I'll lose my stuff, which is fair. Because there's not much difference between getting screwed inadvertently by nobody's fault and losing your stuff and being robbed, really. Like, there's a little bit more of like an invasion of space, maybe, but that feeling is very intense of like protecting yourself and by extension your things. But to completely overlook other humans to their detriment it's really fucking shitty of you. They have been over this many a times and they still crunch them so hard. They are like one of the biggest crunchers of workers. And they are very well known for that. And they still do it without assurance and union bust. The union busters are not looking to make buttloads more money. All they're saying is just like, you want to meet a deadline, so then you can release the game as soon as possible. But we would rather it be delayed and us work at a decent pace and have a good product when it releases. Like, I don't want to take time away from my kids, or my wife, or my parents who are sickly, or whatever reason. I want to play video games more in my spare time, maybe. Like, whatever reason they have, their free time should be their free time. And they crunch for apparently sometimes up to years on certain people. Australia is also 99.9% conviction rate. Really? We have that high of a conviction rate? I know that a lot of our laws are based on you'll know it when you see it sort of mentality, which kind of cuts both ways. So if the judge is just leaning that way that day, they can choose to interpret things how they want to interpret them. So, I don't know. I honestly don't know about that. I have heard a few different times that Australia's legal system is considered the gold standard, but gold is expensive. Like, those two things together. Apparently, according to one particular person, in a conference, a German lawmaker or lawyer or judge or something law-related was saying that at an Australian conference about law, that the Australian legal system... No, sorry, the German legal system is like a Volkswagen, whereas the Australian legal system is like a Rolls-Royce, where it's the shining standard, but nobody can afford the shining standard. So our legal system is technically incredibly unfair. If a company can make my life hell and I have no recourse legally to make them adhere to laws, then it's unfair. Because I don't want to have to potentially sell my houses. I don't necessarily also mean in terms of like getting a payout for like an injury. If a company is just doing really shitty things that is against the law, like price fixing and all that sort of stuff, I have to wait for the government to not just wait, but also if the government has the political will to even try to do things like enforce false advertising. If I buy something and it's got false advertising, it's very unlikely anything will ever happen about it, even though we have strong consumer protections here. I would like to be able to say, no, I want more than my money. You pissed me off, and you're doing it to everybody. I want to be able to enforce this law on the government's fucking lazy behalf. But we just get shit on by companies that are more and more doing these shitty things. And nobody can do anything about it because the government's there going, I'm going to sit on this thing right now. if you didn't understand what I was saying, sitting on their thumb. I'm guessing the drop is probably due to AI misidentifying. I've heard that there's strong non-written guidance on how you're meant to not use AI in Australian legal system. Also, some are also made to incriminate people rather than being made in good faith. That'll happen sometimes. For example, there is a 12 km/h speed limit on footpaths. I didn't know that. A jogger is therefore breaking the law? Huh. There is, yes. So that's where a lot of things come down to. You'll know it when you see it. So if you were, as a police officer, tried to enforce that and it went to court, the judge would throw it out and say that there's no merit for that because that's this is not what was intended. We do have very much a the intention behind the law sort of thing, but then it also gets really subverted. Like our whistleblower protection laws should technically protect our whistleblowers, but we still imprison them because we don't like whistleblowers here in Australia, apparently. It's fucked. It's a fucked system. The greatest hero in Australia is in prison right now because he whistleblew against all like his higher-ups, hiding the fact that we have war criminals currently still active as war criminals, doing war criminal things very often. And he was like, no, all right, I'm going to start collecting this information. And jail to you. The call nowadays is... Oh yeah, also our government promised increased whistleblower protections. And, yeah, they don't do that no more. Wi-Fi gave up 15 minutes ago. What's happened just now? Political talk. I'm going to move on from political talk. That is a very divisive thing. I feel that there just should be accountability, and especially accountability for politicians. WikiLeaks founder? Oh, no. All right. One of Australia's biggest things. I'm not a big fan of who Julian Assange is, but I am a fan of what he did. No, I was talking about the other guy. And he will come to the head normally. David McBride. Okay, well the AI did it. Nobody else did. None of the other search results did. Search sucks. It probably would come up on Google, but yeah, this guy. Absolute fucking legend. This guy, as far as I understand, I'm not gonna make absolute claims because this guy is a fucking idiot and... Oh my... He is not only, I believe, a disgusting monster, and I'm just going to take him off the screen and show this devilishly handsome silver fox instead. I hate looking at this guy's face. There, I don't think I see his face in full. Good. I can't remember where I was going with that. Absolute disgrace of a human being. So, he leaked heavily redacted information, and the ABC, which is the Australian Broadcasting, which is an Australian semi-independent company that's owned by the government. I don't know really how you would say that. They ran this stuff that was given to them by McBride, and what I believe to be a war criminal, alleged war criminal, was never named at all. But he got so upset that he was heavily implicated that he sued the ABC for libel. Oh my god. You're admitting that you're the one in the documents. So what happened is once he submitted that, it became a situation known as a matter of law. It's a matter of law that he is the person that is named in those things because he has... It's like have you ever heard a lawyer that says, like, never talk to the police? Which is not really the fully accurate story on how to do that, especially in Australia. He basically did the equivalent of walking up to a police officer and said, I did those crimes. Now, the government took a really long time to actually getting around and enacting upon this, but what an idiot. He is so much of a douchebag that not only does he commit war crimes and kill innocent people, and I don't actually know what he did because it was so distressing at the time. Like, I was like, oh, I hate this. Why are they going after the wrong person? Oh my God, he then thought that he had a leg to stand on to sue the ABC. What a disgusting excuse for a human being. Self-reporting right there? Oh yeah, no. Oh my, so dumb. And it took years for them to actually get our government to get around to actually trying to prosecute this person. And finally took him into custody, which didn't last very long. Apparently he's out on bail, which I don't think should have been allowed. Put him in jail, chuck the key away. Anyway, it's not a simple project, so what are we talking about here? Let's get back to this. Staying true to how we usually compromise development by promising an arbitrary date. Good, so yeah, no crunch, that's right. That was a hell of a sidetrack, my God. It's not a simple project, and we want to do it justice. Now my brain has to switch into reading mode, and this is going to take a while. My dyslexia is not great. So we held off on saying anything until the Foundation had advanced enough to feel comfortable sharing. That milestone is finally on the horizon. That's cool. But last and certainly not least, a major next step for BeamNG Drive, the game is coming to PlayStation 5 later this year. Alright, we'll talk a little bit about the future of mods in a second, but I'm going to play this video. Is this muted? What's happening? Oh, wait. Earlier, I couldn't hear things in game. Am I not getting game audio? Okay, let's work on that. Oh, it's muted. Weird. They should not be vibe coding the software for my Stream Deck. All right. Oh, that interior looked nice and crisp. So, damaged paint? Is that the new orange pill system they're talking about? I see that it's faded, but not really in a pattern that you would normally see in Australia, where it's like only faded on the top side, and then the bottom side is more rust than fade. That looks a lot better than normal. Is it just me? That looks really, really nice. Back to Beam stuff, I saw people commenting on TikTok saying the new scratches on paint. Oh, really? I think the YouTube was muted as well. Yeah. Shadows look a lot better? Yeah, I feel it is. So the update's not out yet. I wonder if this has already come. So I'm going to turn this vehicle like this direction so we can get like a... Nah, okay, there is stuff in there already. There's shadows coming across things. Let's look at the bolide specifically. We'll just go with this one. Yeah, that shadow was much higher resolution. Graphics. Can I turn my shadows up anymore, or is that already maxed out? Shadow resolution, high, no ultra setting. I hate ultra settings, by the way, Because, oh, texture, I'll set that to ultra. No, okay, so I have to go through like everything to make sure? Great. I hope that they redo that. So then there's like at least consistency. Or maybe there's different step increments. I don't know. I don't know why game companies do that. Yeah, no, that is so much better. I need to go toilet. I will be back. Hasta la vista. That looks fantastic. That is amazing looking. Oh, you're a girl. Yes, you are. You've been all quiet here in the corner. She's excitable. All right. Knocked over my bin. Great. Question for chat. If you could implement one single vehicle mod into the base game for BeamNG, what would it be? For me, it would probably be the F4 mod. As long as, like, we're ignoring my mods. You subscribe? That would be great. Proper tank. I remember a tank mod. Sure. Somebody wants a dog in the game. So, yeah, that shadow. That looks really, really nice. Oh, and also, as I was talking about, this is a little bit further away, so you got a little bit more shadow. I'm also noticing the shadow is not a consistent line. It runs with the normal map. I don't think that was a thing that was even possible before. I wonder if that's a part of their, like, subsurface scattering sort of thing? Because, no, that would be a normal map. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. That'd have to be some sort of ambient occlusion map, maybe. I don't know. But then here, where the shadows are closer, it's a much sharper shadow. Interesting. Like, this is a very sharp shadow here, right next to a softer shadow. And here, we've got a softer shadow. So I think they've got like a distance sharpness filter or something happening. That's really cool. They'll implement their own formula for a light car once they get aero working better? Maybe. I think the problem is BeamNG doesn't really lend itself to those sorts of vehicles. So the fact that that guy did such a good job is pretty amazing. So these are much crispier, and the light looks more dynamic, I guess, in a way. Well, light can't really necessarily be dynamic, as we just consider it to be an instant thing, but the lighting system with, like, shadows. I'd say the shadow system. It looks more dynamic. That alone doesn't make it viable for realistic implementation. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot that needs to be done there for that to happen. Has there been any crash model updates? Is there a reason why they're showing this in an update video? Wait, what did I just see? Oh. Is the wheel wobbling? Or is that just a... Oh! I heard upon the grapevine that they were talking about bent wheels? Is that what's happening here? They've got a bent wheel? Because I can kind of see it. Here. I see that it's different at this point. Yeah. They're specifically showing off graphics, but are they also showing like a bulging tire? No, those tires look suspiciously flat, like uniform in their compression shape. That looks really... Oh, subsurface scattering on leaves, of course! Yeah! So when I was talking about making foresty areas look darker, I was talking about ambient occlusion stuff. I hope that this means that there's going to be like better ambient occlusion implemented, as a result, I should say. Is that really the best picture? I don't know. That looks low res compared to everything else. That's just weird. Dynamic reflections off of buildings? Is that cube map? No, that's a reflection. So I can't think of the the term of it right now. There's two types of reflection. There's one where you see an actual like image back sort of thing, and then light shining off of things, and those are different. And what I think is happening here is we're getting light shining off the building, which I don't think was a thing before. Wheel deformation is already a thing, has been for a while. I meant like sidewall. Like their wheel deformation. Oh, wheel deformation. No, sorry. You're talking about wheel deformation. No, I think specifically what they did is they worked on a system to improve wheel deformation specifically. What's that car in the background? Is that the... It doesn't look like the normal... Not Gavril, the Moonhawk. Anyway. I still see that they still haven't fixed the forking overlay of the tram tracks here. That's just a small thing. I only really noticed that one day because I was also considering making a tram for this map. And then I realized, oh, well, that's kind of weird. Moonhawk remaster? Maybe. Make more work for me. Ugh. That does look a lot better. I'm noticing it does look a lot more shaded under these trees, which looks good. But then again, if we have a look over here, this is looking very, very illuminated for a forest. Way too illuminated. But over there, it looks really nice. Because the light is coming from, like, this direction, not directly from the camera. So, this being fully illuminated, I don't know what has happened there. How would they have it here, but not over here? I suppose that's subsurface scattering and not ambient occlusion. Those shadows do look a lot better, I will say. Oh, so this is the new vehicle. Okay, yeah. Is it just a new vehicle? Anything else being shown here? No, reflections, there's like an orange container. I don't think that that's anything new. Like, they do like to hide things. And you still see that like a weird, sometimes jankotree model reflection, which I've tried to rectify and I just have no idea how to do it. That looks terrible. Specifically what I mean there is, like, there's a rim light on the underneath where there really, like, shouldn't be lighting around there. That should probably just fade to be darker underneath. I suppose, because what I was thinking of was shadows, and shadows alone. Aside from that, the rest of the image, yeah, goes into a nice soft blur. This is a nice soft matte material on it that looks nicer than previous soft matted materials. But then this roll cage, like on the roof, there's a little bit of ambient occlusion, as you can see, around where the roll cage is. But right here, this 3D model looks like it was... If this was a movie, I would say that that roll cage around here was just added on afterwards as like a 3D asset. But being in a game, that's not how that works. It just, it does look better. I will say that. That tire is compressing and not bulging, so that's one thing. But yeah, that just... I'm not sure exactly what they're showing here is basically, I suppose, what I'm saying. Utah with clouds? Oh, is that what it is? Okay. We know it's a chariot, so I assume it's some kind of Peugeot, something like that, yeah. The hood looks like a Mustang? You think that looks like a Mustang? Oh, actually, you know what? I was making a joke. I suppose there is an argument that there was a Mustang with a hood a little bit shaped like that. That scoop in it. Oh, wait. That was dynamic shadows moving with it, obviously. Okay, yeah, that looked nice. What are we dealing here? I'm gonna go back to that drifting one. Oh god, 5 seconds is so far. So it looks like they're... Is that particle system better? Getting some lighting artifact. So it's not perfect. Is that meant to be exhaust pop? No. Okay, it's only for one frame. Weird. Wonder what that is. But yeah, they seem to be focusing a lot on, drifting handling. Are they showing... maybe it's just reflections that they're showing. I also don't know why they necessarily showed this. It looks nice. Maybe it's just showing off the new shading system. Oh, it'd be the reflection of like the shadow on that? Ah, okay. Oh, and you can see the fall off bit. I feel a lot of that is YouTube compression as well. That's pretty cool. But then, wouldn't the lights also... I suppose the sun is very bright, and those lights are very dim. And there is lots of stories about these old race cars having very dim racing lights. I know I'm pixel fucking. Like, this is stuff that I'm not normally going to ever notice. But that is very sharp in here. The look of the rear louvers. For some reason, it's just... Why does it feel so sharp? There's not really much of a depth of field change. Like, this bush is fairly in depth of field. I do know that there is a thing where the motion blur is, well, at least for one point in time when I noticed it, didn't affect things through glass. And depth of field, I think, as well, was also a part of that. So, that's still a thing. A future thing, maybe? I don't know. It's not really that important, to be honest, but I like getting technical. I love being technical and being anal retentive. What are they showing here? Just some reflections? Or is this a promise that there's going to be an update to industrial map? I see that the diffuser ends still way too early, so that is not showing that sort of stuff. No gooseneck wing, because there's no real benefit to it. Okay, nothing particularly there. Good shadow system. No, this is a new one. I just, for a second there, I was brought back to the original video in CryEngine that had a very similar, like, color shade to it and truck. That's cool to go back and forth through. Except the pop of the window. Maybe one day. That's pretty cool. I love BeamNG's dynamic physics. I love their approach. That is a pretty good shot. Subsurface scattering on water, though? Maybe? Did water look this good before? I don't know. Good shadows. Not perfect shadows by what I'm seeing. Because, I can't tell whether that's compression or just like only parts of the shadow showing under aliasing, maybe? Oh! This was all captured on PlayStation 5. Interesting. That... See, I would believe that this was captured on PlayStation 5. Wait a second. They didn't say all gameplay captured on PS5. Are they saying this is captured on PS5? Because this is about the only one that I do believe would be on PS5. Because you can see there's no real grass here. Yeah, there's way too many particles. Sorry, what do you call them? Sprites? For bushes and stuff? Yeah, as you can see, the sprites and bushes go way, way back. Yeah, same here. I'm not really seeing a place with grass, though. Because this has trees. Okay, here we go. Grass. Yeah, it's really hard to see. Okay, I don't see grass here. Maybe they should have just turned on depth of field to hide the fact that there's no grass at a distance, because I can only see grass up to about here. But then it looks like it's already gone. I feel this... What they're saying here is this is the only image captured with PS5? Because it also only phases in for this one, only clip. Did they update lights on the muscle cars finally? I don't know what you mean. Like the Barstow, I don't know what you mean. Were they... I don't know. I don't pay attention to that sort of stuff that much. I only noticed it when it became a problem for modding. But this would lead me to think that the whole thing was captured on PlayStation. And I only have a PlayStation 4. So, not that I was ever going to play it on console anyway. Consoles are very much a false economy at the moment. Have been for a very long time. That is a cool video for showing off their shadows. If it's showing off other things, I am too dense to be able to pick up on it. So, yeah, they still haven't fixed motion blur stuff. So if you notice, there's motion blur on, like, the world on the map, but there's no motion blur on the wheel. Though I am noticing one thing that has been an annoyance for me, there could be it just is hidden by compression, is you could see an outline of the car where the motion blur filter would have to end, and then the non-motion blurred car would be in. And I don't think I'm seeing that. But the wheel has no motion blur in it. I don't have such a big issue with it now. When I first saw it, it was a bit jarring. But I generally like motion blur in this game, so I have it on and I like it and I don't really notice it anymore. At least they didn't implement Unreal Engine style motion blur. That stuff absolutely screws with car wheels. I don't know. Go to the Mustang car and make it in BeamNG. Sounds like you have an idea of what you want to make for your first mod. Go for it, Jala. I don't know how to pronounce your name. We're just going to go with that. The one I've got with Beam going onto PS5, Sony are very stingy when it comes to updates, so I really hope that the PS5 version is its own version. I don't know, how are they with updates to games? I honestly don't know. Oh, yeah, good, got music. I suppose now is the time to talk about what I think is the future of modding in BeamNG. I know that Sony is a particularly litigious company and they hate people gaining any sort of like control over their console. They absolutely hate it. They made the mistake once of putting Linux available with a PlayStation 2, I think it was, to get around taxation law, so not for good reasons. But if you got a pothole in your area, thank PlayStation. They just wanted to get around tax. Anyway, so I think there's going to be heavy restrictions on what you can put onto the repo for the PlayStation. And the only way I could think that I would do it is when you go to submit a mod, whatever. I'm not actually submitting a car, we'll just open that up. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a check mark that shows up in here saying that it like fits the rules for PlayStation 5, and then the human reviewers, because they do get human reviewed, they will have to then review it under different guidelines. And I get the feeling there's not going to be Lua available. Now, the reason why I think that is if we have a look at recent JBeam. Content, vehicles, and let's go to 9. Then we'll have a look at... No, you know what? I can't think of that right now. I think, I can't think of where I saw it. Let's look at components. So this is a new section in JBeam that popped up kind of recently, and it made very little sense to me. So a lot of this stuff could be done in Lua. Very, 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 very easily. And there's a lot of things like setting up electrics values, all different sorts of things. So I was very confused as to why it was showing up in here when it was... Like, to implement something like that is a big, big task. It is a very big task. So the fact that they spent all of the effort to do it didn't really make a lot of sense to me. And they even talked about quaternions. Did they actually talk about quaternions? Oh, this is BeamNG tech anyway. There's a lot of like heavy math that can be done in these components. So you can add electrics values for all those sorts of things. I would say that it's advantageous for people that are intimidated by Lua. They don't have to then go ahead and make a Lua file. They can just do it in JBeam, but they're doing Lua stuff in JBeam. Sure. I'm not actually seeing the thing that I was thinking of. But yeah, the implementation and the effort that went into doing this, like here you're setting up custom electric values, and then this whole new system, which still I have to remember every single time. And then smoothers in there, which is something which I want to use, but I don't understand how they work. That'll be a thing in the future. Yeah, so much stuff in here. And then I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but maybe they were gearing up to do a PlayStation 5 release. But that would make sense. If they just block out Lua, there's a lot of mods that can't really be done in BeamNG. There's a lot of mods that can be done, but you're kind of limited on, like, truly unique experiences that can be made by certain things. And I think this is going to create a whole new, like, subgenre of seeing how far you can push JBeam's implementation of Lua snippets. Because all JBeam is a file to be read. It's all Lua that does all of the live updating and maths. So, yeah, JBeam itself can't actually do maths. All games are sandboxed on console, and I would see why they wouldn't let a Lua run, because Roblox is on console, and that uses... wouldn't let Lua run. Is Roblox on console and they don't allow Lua? What? I'm confused by what you're saying there. What I'm saying is specifically Lua mods. You could have a game engine run on Lua, but a mod that has access to programming, that's a different thing. So, oh yeah, that was also the thing about this is it had all this implementation for Lua stuff, but it was like very weirdly hamstrung, and the fact that you could only put it in certain ways, which means it has to be read in certain ways, which means you can't just do anything. So it didn't make a lot of sense to me as to why it existed. But if this allows them to upload a more varying type of mod to the repo without using Lua, I think that's why they did it. Anyway, so I think there is also the possibility, if you remember, there was that very famous hack of BeamNG that leaked a whole bunch of Disney documents or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. But they did that, and they're going for the security through obscurity, which is not great. I still feel that there is ways to create exploits for BeamNG. It's unfortunate. I think that's just kind of the nature of allowing modding that has programming implications. So it's not FiveM's fault or Rockstar's fault if there's malicious code put into those FiveM mods or any other mods, but it's just a nature of just how those things work. If there was just JBeaming mods, exploits that that are malicious against users, is a lot harder with just JBeaming. If possible at all, I don't know. But with Lua, it is quite a lot easier. So, I don't want to see it. But there might be a day when they would consider dropping Lua modding altogether, and I think that would be really shitty. Not of the devs, I kinda get it, but it would suck. I think people will also request their mod request over and over again because they think I haven't seen it, but no, I've seen it and I've ignored it because I don't take mod requests. It only works up to a point. It's, however, worked for Apple. What? What are we talking about? Another thing that's going to be interesting to see, will a PS5 get the world editor and all the other tools we have access to? You really need a mouse and keyboard to interact with that, so I don't know. You would have to have a keyboard to access it in the first place. So, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Wishlist now through PlayStation Store. Oh, I wonder how much they're going to cost and if they have to charge the extra fee for PlayStation. Oh, it's announced only? You can only add it to wishlist. Oh. Is that what the drifting UI looks like at the moment? That looks pretty cool. I'm not very good at drifting in BeamNG, or real life to be honest, anymore. I used to be, ish. But it also looks very arcadey, and I hope that they aren't going down the arcadey line. I haven't really looked into what the drift tires are doing either, as to make them different. That is not following an AI path. And I've just recently seen something like that when doing AI debugging. I don't know what they're doing here. That's weird. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Bringing BeamNG drive to console has been one of the most complex challenges, and I feel that that was a choice that they were making very early on, that the team has ever taken on. It requires extensive optimization and careful refinement across pretty much every system under the hood. Performance, controls, interface, overall usability, all to make sure BeamNG keeps its soul intact on the way to the couch. Sure. These improvements aren't exclusive to console and reach everyone on PC when 0.39 lands later this year. Before we wrap up, thank you to everyone in the community who sticks with us over the years, whether you bravely conquered the Great Wall of technical terminology to reach this far or just scroll to the bottom, no judgment. Your support, patience, and trust are a big part of what keeps us going. Through feedback, mods, vehicles, testing, or simply playing, you're helping shape BeamNG Drive every step of the way. Stay tuned for the journey ahead. Alright. Yeah, they do support keyboard and mouse. It's just whether you go through the effort, because that is a rarity. Most people won't do that. I still don't know who this Rowan person was that came up on my Twitch talking about being in Discord. I don't get it. I assume most of it would work similar to Steam Deck, so you can rebind things to suit your needs. Yeah, I remember back in the day, Sony included guidelines on key bindings and guidelines on what should and shouldn't be rebindable, but that was a long time ago. I wonder if that's changed, because what they wanted was to everybody to get used to the new control system. All in all, the things that I am really excited for is the lighting and shadows, especially the shadows looked fantastic. I don't know about this. I would have to really see like a before and after to be able to gauge an idea, because I am not very good at noticing those sorts of things. And Aero. The multiplayer one is interesting. I do wonder how it's going to be implemented though. But Aero and shadows are like the big thing I'm picking up here that I'm particularly interested in. The new car, I like that they aren't just doing the people like hypercars, so let's just make 1 million hypercars or supercars or whatever, like what a lot of games do. Or like we're making a car game, so we have to put in the holy trinity of Japanese tuner cars. But I would like to see more of them. These brick-in-the-wall commuter cars are really hard to make look realistic, whilst also not sticking out too much. Because car companies, they have to fit the biggest market share possible, otherwise people get fired because they didn't make every red cent that they could make. So there's a lot of effort that goes into making these sorts of things for BeamNG. For any game that does like what do you call it? law copyright-friendly cars. What are your thoughts on the Ferrari's first fully electric car? My personal opinion is the exterior is rather ugly. I don't like Ferrari, but I suppose we'll have a look at Ferrari. Ferrari EV. Oh no, that is hideous. And why is it a sedan? In a shrinking market, or is it a SUV? I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of flattering angles, but then if you look at it from anything other than the flattering angles, it does look a bit... What's that one? It was the Porsche four-door. Panamera? Yeah. A very much not loved car. There are people that love it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that a lot of people, at least the Gen 1, including myself, thought it was ugly. I feel that it's either growing on me or it looks better. MK1? Yeah. Okay, the newer generation does look a little bit better. Looks less like a dog squat. But, God, that is an ugly car. It has grown on me, I will say. But God, is it an ugly car. Now we're getting Gen 2s. You know what? It's growing on me. Alright, let's have a look at car sales. Half and half, I think. The back isn't terrible of the Ferrari. I think the back looks dorkish, and not in a good way. I'd say the rear haunch doesn't look particularly good either. It kind of looks like Jaguar's mistake. This one looks a little bit like more of a real picture, though. At least there's a lot of congruity with the design. So... I'm still unsure about Ferrari's move to the bi-level front end. I like the idea of like complex shapes on bodies, but I just don't think Ferrari has really hit the nail on the head, and they keep on pushing it. So you've got like a body line there, which is incredibly aerodynamic, but then people like the shape of a more vertical front end, so they kind of do something there. Wait, what? Hold on. What? The Pope? Is that an AI article? Oh. Is he actually the head Pope at the moment? This feels tacky. I mean, he's still just a dude. Like, he's interested by new things and new shiny things and whatnot. But I feel that Ferrari would have had to have made a donation maybe for him to go out and do a photo opportunity like this, because this is kind of moving against the grain of popular opinion at the moment, and the church has not been great on public opinion at the moment. Yeah. People still like Ferrari. Oh, PlayStation mentioned a thing. I didn't realize. Ferrari spending crazy money for advertising. But there's also, apparently there's a lot of just like a patriotic reverence for Ferrari in Italy. So I know that they're Rome technically and not Italy. I also think the new car looks like a Clio a bit. I don't know much about French cars. Does it? I'm guessing you're talking about a modern Clio? Wrong thing. What are we looking for here? I would say the Sharia, the original Sharia looks closer with like the angled forward bit. I don't think so. Looks like a Mustang. I do agree there is a little bit around the headlight for the newer Mustangs, and I don't like the look of the newer Mustangs personally. I just wish no one buys them so they discontinue them. What, the Clio? Or the Ferrari? I think electric cars are fine. I have absolutely no problem with electric cars. I actually like electric cars, and I would like to own one as a daily. Partly because of the cheapness, but partly also, I love the thrill of accelerating. And also, I like the idea of having a low center of gravity. I just don't like the fact that they probably go through tires 5 times as quick. Yeah, it's not tickling my fancy. And that back end looks half interesting and fully ugly. It just looks wrong and disproportionate. I feel that this isn't a real picture. I feel that's a 3D render. Let's go back to that video. Do they have a look at the back end? They do a little bit, but they gloss over it. So it's not a sedan. That is way too tall for a sedan. But it's not as... So, what I thought they were going to do is an actual proper SUV, which would get them the highest amount of sales. Because why else would they make such a hideous-looking SUV? Sorry, 4-door is what I meant to say, though technically 5-door. I shouldn't say hideous. I don't think it's hideous. I was getting confused there. Sedans don't make financial sense for companies. And the bigger the SUV generally tends to be, the better it does in sales. So this car is nothing other than a cash grab. I don't think that Ferrari actually really cares. Is that paddle shifters on an electric car? Oh dear. Why? Looks like the 8th gen Cherry Impala? A Chevy Impala? Yeah. It does have a bit of that sort of look. But also, that's a very common design. Lotus has it. I think Lamborghini had it at some point. Can't really remember exactly off the top of my head. Most supercars will have that. Skyline had it. What it was is, when creating a sports version of a car, if they wanted to differentiate it, one of the things they could do is have, mass-produced, pre-made lights. And they did that a little bit on the Ford Falcon XR series here in Australia, because you could just buy them off the shelf. And I think Skyline did that a little bit. They differentiated their taillights by that, and then it just became like a whole thing. The taillights had to look like that. Ferrari did it for the longest time, because you could just buy brake lights off the shelf as long as you made them arranged nicely and made the bodywork work for them. So it just became a bit of a design aesthetic over time. And I think by the 90s it just became, or even 80s, it just became its own thing and not out of cheapness. Because back in the day, making your own lights was really expensive. Also, they were always glass as well, but then they switched to plastic. I hate all electric cars, don't like the idea of no engine sound, exhaust, and fake. I get that. But also, I don't want to deprive other people of using less fuel, all that sort of stuff. Most of what I like about the electric car is the instant torque, but primarily how cheap it is to run. I'm a pauper, kind of. So I want to have a look for Porsche Panamera 65. Let me guess, they're all at like retail price, even though they're like 20 years old almost. This website sucks ass. Price a load high. $40,000. And it's front engine, right? Oh, that's for turbo diesel? 3-liter 6-cylinder? Ugh. Is this just a vag? Transmission driveline. It doesn't say anything about it being front engine, but I'm guessing it is. I suppose I always just thought that this was going to be like a rear engine, but that would make sense that it's in the front because they've also got the SUVs. If it's front engine, I don't care, even if it's got a good engine. It's not exciting. I'm not a huge fan of Porsche, but less of a fan of front engine Porsches. Even though I do love the 944, and I think it is the best looking Porsche has ever made. Best looking car Porsche's ever made. Makes 600 horsepower while weighing nearly 2 tons. Yeah, that's kind of unavoidable. However, you can make a heavy car feel good still. There is no major limitation there. And I realized that I misspoke when I talked about tires in that one short and didn't pick up on it. I mentioned power to weight, and I said that having a lighter car doesn't make you faster, it's the tires. We were talking about like braking and kind of turn-in sort of stuff. That's more what I was thinking, because we were talking about trail braking. Definitely cars are faster if they're lighter on a lap-to-lap basis. But when it comes to handling, tires are the thing that are the limiting factor, not the lightness. Suspension as well also plays a component, but we're talking like a apples-to-apples comparison. So the lighter a car is, the less it'll put pressure on the tire, the less it'll grip. So if you put the same tires on the identical cars, one with ballast, I don't know how that's going to affect handling. I know inertia is going to play a factor. However, with a heavier vehicle, you'll run different types of tires. So, I kind of was wrong in saying that the same... I don't know if I actually said the same tires would be the same performance in that regard. But what I meant was... you can make a car that weighs nearly 2 tons, like the Ford Mustang, brake as quick, or quicker, than any sort of Lotus, which is a car known for lightness, which is why I hate the fact that they made an electric SUV, but whatever. They can make it as long as that doesn't really distract from their sports cars. Yeah, I don't even think Lotuses were on that list. Colin Chaplin disagrees. Yeah, so I did say in there, however, that you will go through the tires a lot quicker on a heavier car, which is incredibly important for a race. But if you're doing just daily driving, you can overcome a lot of weight. Panamera is a hatchback? Okay. I would like to... I always liked the Porsche 968 Club Sport. For a front-engine Porsche? I don't think I know that one. Does look a little bit better than the 928, but I've never been a fan of the 928's design. This body line that they've added with the trim, I think, looks like a market improvement in the design. It looks nicer in black. Really nice. But only from that angle. Now that I look at it from this angle, I still don't like the 928 that much. I still think that the 944 is, just out of every car that they've ever made, the best looking car. It is severely dated, but I think it's like it went around and everyone started to appreciate it again. I don't think I ever looked at this one and didn't like it. Or maybe in the early 2000s I might have. But I love this car so much. And I was getting close to pulling the trigger on these because they were starting to come down into an affordable price range. And now they just goddamn exploded in price. I miss lightweight normal cars? Yeah, no, I like lightweight cars. I love Lotus. Lotus is probably one of my top 2 car companies of all time. But, I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater sort of thing. I think that pretty much every electric car that's been made is ugly. In some way. I would say that the best looking one was the one that was based on the Lotus. The Tesla Roadster. And you know what? It hasn't been made yet. This one has been growing more on me. Though I still don't like the... Like, this body line just kind of reminds me of a fish. I don't think that this is a fantastic looking car, but I like it. Like, there's a lot that's left to be desired. Also, Tesla apparently really doesn't support this car very well, so there's like a big aftermarket scene of like, battery pack upgrades for when they die and all those sorts of things, motor upgrades because the motors also started to have problems and people just wanted a better motor, more efficient motor, all that sort of stuff. Tesla. Not a great company either. Slate trucks. Don't know what that is. Oh yeah, this one. I kind of like it, except I'm not really into trucks. It's also not a particularly practical one because the cab comes back so far, but then you have a smaller space back there. Now, they talked a lot about, I think, sustainability, while skirting around the issue of, like, their repairability. I hope... Or was it the other way around? I can't remember. I can't remember what it was, but something about it was like, I could tell that they were skirting around something, and it was to do with, at the time, I was really super into consumer rights. But I felt that they were skirting around some things. I hope that they are fully open with everything. With, like, the ability to repair and everything. There is so much more in here that needs to be in here. If they wanted to be affordable, they could have cut down on just a ginormous amount of this. And opened up more space, I feel. But that is a much bigger front than most, so I'll give them that. I think what it was is maybe it was to do with upgradability. I think they were skirting around that. I think it was like I think somebody asked something along the lines of, like, what's the range on it? And then they talked about ranges. And then I think they asked something that alluded to, like, upgrading aftermarket to a bigger range. And I feel that they avoided the question. I think that might have been it? I can't remember. But as long as you can go into the battery, fully replace the battery as opposed to replacing the whole thing as a unit, which is what almost every car company does at the moment because more money. Cut a bunch off of a Bronco? Yeah, we didn't get the Bronco here in Australia. But as of what I remember of the Bronco looking, that makes sense. Small SUV than a truck? This? No, it's got a proper truck bed. Quote unquote. I'd call it a ute bed. But yeah, if it is as nice as what they say, then definitely. Oh! Oh, no, this is a render. Oh, Jenna's garage? Jaylena's garage. That is some creepy things. Also, my god. What's that? Ozempic is doing really thinning him up. That's amazing. As long as he doesn't lose muscle tone, because as an older person, you really need to take care of your legs. So if you lose muscle in your legs as an older person, what is it? It's the mortality rate on having a fall and breaking your hip is something like 80 or 90% after age 60 or something. I can't remember what it was. It was something like that. And I remember hearing that and I was like, what the fuck? Like after a year, apparently, like in the first year after that. It's something crazy. So I think Ozempic is doing some good as long as the medication stays affordable, which it really hasn't been. I think you have to be mindful of that as an older person, as Jay Leno is elderly now. Because Ozempic does come with muscle loss, because you're just eating so much less. Design similar to where you can take the back off. Yeah, that's not an uncommon thing. Oh no, it doesn't do that. But wait, this one looks like it's had to replace, so... That's right, I think they were talking about an SUV modularity. So, to do that, you would have to also take that off. But I would have liked it maybe if this was a three-piece section then, so then you can replace the back a lot easier. Having a unibody design may look good, but if we look at... What's that one company that made the very successful electric truck in America? Ute. Big, overgrown ute. Bloated ute. they had the problem of, like, any sort of, like, minor prang on the rear quarter, because the rear quarter was a part of the whole bodywork over the roof and then came back down and did the other side, it was almost a write-off to get a scratch on the back end, basically. Though this looks like it's just a panel here, and then a panel here, and then a panel here, so that's good for repairability. Weird opinion, but I don't like how the electric cars are designed in favor of tech bro aesthetics rather than making a normalish looking car. I partially agree. I don't fully agree. I think it's fine if they make an electric car not look like an electric car. But I also like the uniqueness that can come with some of the designs. A lot of the designs of electric vehicles look hideous, because they're like, oh, we don't have to do X, like have big grills, so we can change up our design to look unique, and it ends up just looking like a dead fish. It's like, what's the thing? The small Honda hatch EV. This thing. I love the look of this thing. The back end, like the taper here, I don't particularly like it. I didn't like it when I saw it. But as a whole, I really have a positive feeling. I love the cuteness of it. And if it made an electric car that was affordable, fantastic. If there's no excuse for... Oh, wait, yeah, I remember seeing this one. I loved this one a lot. But, if there's no excuse for a person to accelerate off from the light incredibly, massively slowly, I think all the better for it. If they get a kick out of the quick acceleration of an EV, hopefully they never lose that spark, and then we won't have to wait past behind the person that goes, okay, the green light, and then we go just let off the brake. We won't accelerate yet. We're gonna creep, and then we might reach 10 kilometers an hour by the end of the intersection. It's like, fucking, if you're not in a rush or need to get anywhere, take a bus. Very limited range? Well, it's a city car. That's what you expect. What I don't get about people is their argument about, like, oh, I can't get an EV because of if I ever need to do a long drive. Now, most people say that, but they're never actually going to do a long drive. But the amount of money that you can save on fuel is so ginormous if you do it right, obviously. There's some EVs that cost way more than what they should, and then there's also using charging stations that charge you as opposed to using solar at home or at work. It depends on many different things. Depends how much you work as well. You can just go and rent a vehicle for a day for, depending where you are, very cheap. I've heard about how cheaply you can rent a Mustang in America. So that argument has never really been something that holds water with me, unless you're doing long trips all of the time. Like, and I mean all of the time. If they made them affordable, then I wouldn't have much of a gripe about them. Yeah. There is definitely a little bit of profiteering on EVs, and on the upper end ones, a lot of profiteering. There's not really good competition in the EV space lower end market area yet, so there's no real need for them to stop price gouging on EVs. You'll own nothing, and you'll be happy about it. Not quite what I was going for there, be real with the just rent idea. Some people that claim they need a huge SUV for one trip, just rent. Yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying that thing. You finished the Sunburst GT500 mod? That will be Sunday. I will work on that. I dislike most modern SUVs? Yeah. too bulky. They're actually a lot smaller than what SUVs used to be. The thing is only people that needed SUVs used to buy SUVs. Now it's everybody and their dog, and they are just really inconvenient. Now, SUVs were inconvenient for other road users, but now that so many people have them, they are really goddamn inconvenient. Oh my god, I hate car parks in anything that is not tall. And I drive a Toyota 86. They're also bad for the environment, and yes, they may say that, oh, but the fuel usage of this is not much higher than a regular car. That's not the only metric for fuel usage and economy. That's not the only metric for the impact on the environment. So, if you care about the environment, there's the extra construction, the extra mining that needs to happen, the fact that it goes through tires quicker, the fact that it damages the roads a lot quicker. There's a lot to it. You like the Jimny? I love the Jimny. Oh my god, I love the Jimny. Is there an EV? Is that what you're saying? Out of SUVs, this is probably the only SUV I have actually considered buying. Except the prices are too goddamn high, and then I sat in one in a dealer lot once. They were all earmarked for sale, by the way, so you couldn't actually buy any of them. But I sat in it. Oh my god, it's a wobbly mess. So I would buy it and I would slam it immediately, removing all of the, off-road ability of it. I want to see Suzuki Jimny. Oh, sorry, I want to have a slammed Jimny. Oh my god, I love this. It is so stupid and I love it. I don't know about the open wheeler sort of thing. It looks... I don't like a tacked on. I like a thoughtful implementation. And I don't think I particularly like that. Though you can say that there is an argument about these fender outsides. A lot of people don't like those, but I like them. I like the two-tone sort of feel of it, the aesthetic. I've always liked those. But I don't feel that they fit into my category of what I would consider a thing. This looks fugly, by the way. So is there one that's slammed but the wheels are tucked? Something a little bit more like this on the modern one? Definitely, that's what we want. Everyone wants that. How is this returning on slammed? Lift or slam? Oh, okay. So it doesn't look like anybody has slammed... you have to tub your vehicle, but it doesn't look like anybody has done that on the new one. And yes, I know I'm a degenerate. Wait, what? Oh. Is this real? So, you can definitely tub it then. And, do a packed under. I think what's holding people back a lot is the fact that you would have to remake these, but that's formed plastic, and that really does have a different feel to, metal bodywork, so that would be a tricky thing. You'd have to make that. Now, I'd buy one as an experiment and do it. I would definitely, if I could get one for less than 10k, I would do so much, but the used price on these is phenomenal. Oh, I remember looking at these. Oh god, I love that so much. Let's go back to car sales quickly. Had a 95 Geo Tracker with WD hot pink Barbie wheels. Alright. Suzuki. Jimny. I can't set a year. I don't need it to load in. I just want to click the button. Thank you. Price loader high. And then it's going to show the oldest one, and I bet you they're over $10,000. Nope, they had to load the ads before it loads the new website. Next website. Low to high. Low to high. Got to get those ad views in. Okay, the cheapest ones. I mean, I still like these ones. I've always liked these ones because they seem so darn cute. But, so if we're going, what is it, 2018 and onwards? I'm gonna go 2017, see what happens. Okay, so it was pre-2017 then? Or 2019? Okay, yeah, so the cheapest one... Oh, they finally have come down in price. Their RRP, when brand spanking new, was $31,000. So they have finally depreciated a little bit, and it's been over it's been close-ish to a decade. What's that, 7 years? Oh, no. Okay, well, no. That was a bad statement. God, they hold their value way too much. For my liking. For my cheap-ass liking. Mazda Tribute. 2010 Mazda Tribute. I don't even know what that car is. Ugh. That's ugly. Why would you do that to anybody? Now I need to wash my eyes out with soap. Oh, the Mercedes G-Wagon? I kinda like the Mercedes G-Wagon. They're just too big. Have you ever seen just about any 90s to 2000s French concept cars? Some of the most crackhead cars? Yeah, I do remember seeing them a lot in magazines and stuff back in the day. They were really weird. So it's a rebatch fault. Yeah, there was a lot of mixing and matching with Ford and Mazda for quite a while. I don't like the Xiaomi SU7. I think it's an ugly car. Alright, so what were we doing? We were done with this. Nothing really else to talk about. I've voiced all the things that I like. I've voiced my gripes with their communication and possible treatment of mod developers. I don't know about them. I've not really had a particularly bad experience. Only sometimes. But it's mostly their communication is piss poor. Though I am glad that they're talking about a lot of things, especially things that people are concerned about, like the RAM usage. Hopefully they fix whatever this memory leak is as well. What had a controlling share in Mazda stocks for a long time? Yeah, they had a share in a lot of things, like Volvo, and they ruined Volvo, Aston Martin. Not really much change with Aston Martin, though they did have some phenomenal cars. Or at least looking. A lot of people have a problem with the V12 that they had for a while. Aston Martins were not really known for their reliability beforehand, so it being more reliable, like in the fact that the parts are just Ford parts, I think is fantastic. They need to remaster the bus and the hopper? I thought the hopper got a remaster not too long ago. I'm looking for the Hopper. Yeah, they did, because then we got those like crazy off-road variations, like this. So, what do you think needs to happen? Engine's about the same level as every other engine. Nothing really to comment upon there. Not the greatest modeling work, but on that exhaust, but aside from that. You reckon there needs to be a 4-door version? Is that really what you're gonna say? It needs an entire remaster just to add a 4-door version? That sounds like a mod that you want to make. Go for it. There's actually not a lot of difficulty to it. Have fun. You would extend the wheelbase out a little bit. It doesn't need to be a full distance. You would then you would shrink this window up and then basically take the front door, modify it to fit the shape, to fit in the normal door shape, which is normally a pentagon? Yeah, 5 sides. Like it's a munted pentagon. It's not even. But yeah, like angles around the wheel arch, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, you could definitely do that. Added PBR to almost every vehicle? I would say, however, I feel that the bus is fairly old. So maybe? Looks like it's got PBR. The engine is unnecessarily glossy. And that's what I wanted to have a look at, because I remember there being something weird about their engine. And I remember when I took the engine out, it didn't have a lot of detail on it. However, there's not a lot of access to it. Oh yeah, I remember that being incredibly low poly as well, but that's not the main thing you're looking at. But you look at that and you're not really getting a good look. Yeah. But then again, most people aren't really going that deep on a bus. Do they ever put the ringers in here? Doesn't look like it. So you can't like press a thing and it goes ding, and then it shows like stopping at next stop sort of thing. They have a screen, you'd have to implement that. Ugh, I don't want to do that. Oh right, I pressed G, didn't I? Yeah. I don't have the mod enabled. Yep, so that didn't work. Just the oil leak? Pretty normal? Okay, fair enough. You think there already is a mod for a hopper? Cool. Remember, I believe the interior is pretty outdated on the hopper. Alright, let's bring the hopper back out. I mean, for what's meant to be a very cheap Japanese car, I feel that bezeling from the normal map makes it look embossed as opposed to recessed. Is that just... No, the light's coming from that side. Yeah, this gauge is embossed and not recessed like normal. Weird. Aside from that, bit of a glitch there. Yeah, that's got a sheen to it, and it probably shouldn't unless it's meant to be plastic. Like, because there are plastics that they try to make look like materials sometimes, so maybe that's the law there. I wish I could move this vent. Yeah, I don't see it. The seats look decent. Like, there's a decent amount of detail on that. What happened? How does that happen? Is it a height-related thing? Oh. What? The fuck? fuck? What is causing this to either have good or bad shadows? So I'm looking at this one now, but seeing when this one pops. Oh, there we go. Oh. Weird, what the fuck? Okay, so they already do have implemented a decent shadow system. So when I was looking at the bolide earlier, I wasn't getting a proper look. Yeah, those shadows are pretty decent, though it should blur more further away it is, but that's technical details. And it looks like they're going to be implementing that. Let's bring the bolide back out. What causes that shadow thing? Interior plastics used to be really nasty compared to what we have now. The Hopper remaster was long ago. Time now? What, 2 years? I don't know. I think with a different color interior, I believe that the way it's outdated is that it has bad shadows and is dark. The tan interior is a good example. I think the Legrand and blue need a remaster, I would say. Okay. I have apparently a very fat tongue. Wait, how do I do the good shadows? Oh. And we have... Is that... Oh, yeah, okay. So if I want to get into the driver position... Okay, we've got good shadow now. If I go to... And it breaks. Wait, no, does it? That's decent shadows. It's not as sharp as what we saw in the video. It's just kind of buggy? Is that a Linux Vulkan? Like... Or is this for everybody, where they can very easily get bad shadows? And then we're getting reflections on the inside when it shouldn't get reflections on the inside. Yeah, that was another thing I remember. That I didn't like back in the day. Kind of forgot about it though until now. Is all the reflections on the inside reflect the ground. So the fact that it's showing reflections at all means that it's not a dynamic cube map. So what's happening is it's showing reflections sans itself. Maybe as a covet based on Civic, maybe more than like that. Yeah. So does anybody else get that bug? The Hopper crawler was added in 2019. That was before I started playing. Oh, then it got updated in 2022. Oh, okay, yeah, that's maybe when I remembered it. I want to check something out about their reflections being sans their own vehicle. I'm going to turn this one really chromy and see if I can see the mirror, like this mirror inside of it. Color, paint. Brightness, configuration, chrominess, metallic, clear coat, roughness down, roughness down. Oh! Dynamic reflections are sans themselves. So I don't get the reflection of the mirror in the bodywork, and then in the inside, I get the reflection of the ground and not the bottom of the interior. I never picked up on that before. See, what would get me is when I would try to do racing things and I would see grass. on my dash, like, around the area, and that was very distracting for me. Maybe the SBR4 update is due? I remember they were teasing an update. Did they ever release that update? I feel that they did, didn't they? Is this not the updated one? I don't know. I've never really liked the look of this car, so I don't know. I never looked that close at it. Yes, there are intercoolers that aren't used. I have noticed that in the models. Yeah. You reckon the H series should get an update? That's the van, right? I remember that one also having an update and brought the Scooby-Doo vehicle. Oh, there's some wonkiness in the reflections there. But, what, you reckon interior? This interior looks detailed. Ah, okay, is that what the Hopper didn't have? Because I see, like, thumbprints and stuff on here. Like a greased up... Is it dipping? What's happening? It is. What is that? Does it have hydraulics or something? What is that? Anyway, if you lock the camera... No, it still shakes. I hate it. Anyway, turn on the lights in the H series? Which one? N? Looks decent enough? What am I looking for? The rear taillights are very foggy. Is that what the problem is? The fronts look decent. Is that not right? I'm not sure... Oh, what? Whoops, I accidentally pressed the boost button. I'm not sure what these lines are. I feel that's a normal design for lights, but when you turn the lights off, you don't really see it. Oh no, I kind of see it. But only if I'm close. But if I'm further back, I see it definitely there. Here. They already did an update for the Moonhawk. I know, because I needed to update my mod. And I think they also did one for the Barstow as well, because I also had to update my mod for that one as well. They aren't the new... Oh. Is that... Yeah, I forgot about that. Yep, they just turn on immediately. Alright, fair enough. I mean, that stuff doesn't really bother me at all. So that one definitely, for me, can go on the back burner. Don't really care. Pretty sure someone's going to come out saying that the Bluebuck and the Moonhawk are getting updated lights? Okay. Yeah. Alright. I think now we're going to resume our normal programming. I'm going to start working on my Gran Turismo mod. So, it's about to get a lot more boring in here. I'm going to go to the automation test track, and I'm going to bring out anything, it doesn't matter. It was kind of weird when they released the lights update that not every vehicle had it. I didn't understand it because by what I saw of the code, that is a hell of a lot more particles than normal, and that also feels very different. Have they... Have I changed something? Or is this just something for the... You know what? I think it's the twin pipes next to each other that look a lot different from normal. Okay. Sidetrack him. Oh, you don't want to play Gran Turismo in BeamNG? What was I doing? I was working on... Oh, wait, yeah, no, there was one thing I was going to look at before we started today. I wanted to have a look at that light on Utah. Now, there's 2 fuel stations, but I think this is the one that they were talking about. Or 2 things that look like fuel stations. Let's go have a look. Particles like that are normal for that map? Oh, so it's map specific? I felt also that the wind was stronger than normal. It also wasn't projecting out as far as normal as well. But that could be that I'm used to automation vehicles, maybe. That's reasonable. I'm a huge fan of the new halogen lights, so the H-series and other old lights look bad now. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do it all in one. What is happening? Okay, a lot is happening, apparently. Oh, that's concerning. Hopefully it's not in some sort of broken loop and is actually doing something. The wind does seem more than normal, but yeah, that map is located in the South Island of New Zealand, so it's a bit chilly down there. Oh, okay. That would make sense. In fact, actually talking about being cold, I'm going to turn on my heated mouse pad, and I'm going to feed the beast. You ready for recce? Okay, so what I'm going to look at is somebody on Discord was showing a picture that didn't look particularly great in my opinion because of the lack of ambient occlusion. Here we go. So they were trying to make it as good as possible, but without like any ambient occlusion under the vehicle, it just looks like a game. Like, nothing particularly special. So I'm gonna see what it takes to change that up. So we got a few lights under here by the looks of it. If we then change to night, I can't remember the hotkey to change to night, but we're just gonna go night. Yeah. I have all the ultras on, so let's go F11 into World Editor. And let's see. So there's probably a setting over here in the inspector. If you don't have the inspector, you can go to a window and open up inspector there. And I've got it docked on the right side, like it is from factory or whatever. BeamNG Flare 1. Shadow type. Spot? No. You know what? For now, I'm just going to turn that off, and I'm going to turn off a bunch of these, and have just one to work with. Oh, is it this light? Okay, that's doing the most illumination. I want to turn this one back on. How do I find that? Close. Is it this one? Okay, the one that I missed. That one is not really illuminating. Range. Ah. There we go. Good. Okay, so the range is way up. Inner angle, outer angle is enabled. Brightness. What is the brightness of the main one that we hid? The point light. Radius 20. You know what? Let's turn that one back on. Maybe if we just change the shadow type on it. It's not letting me change the shadow type. Oh, that one allowed me to change. Spot. Okay, so just some of them don't work. I know there are ones that allow shadows. Let's go... I want to create a new object, and it's going to be a... not a basic sun. A spotlight. And... yep, it's the green one we want to move. Oh, what happened? Yeah, we're not getting shadows really here, are we? Am I mistaken? No, I feel that the shadows do work on some maps. Cast shadows! There we go. That's what we wanted. So let's go ahead and delete that. Let's go back to that one point light that we had earlier. You. Cast shadows. That's what we needed. So let's turn that on. And... where'd cast shadows go? Yeah. It's a bit weird. There's something broken. But you can probably hide that one then, and then if we go back to this, nope. This one here. What's a smoke flare? Shadow distance 400. Okay. Shadow distance 400. Shadow softness. None splits. Yeah, well, maybe we'll get rid of the smoke flare. flare scale. Flare scale 1, so that's not what we need. Yeah, where's brightness again? Range, 5.6 inner angle, outer angle is enabled. Brightness, okay. Let's go 500. Yep, okay, so we don't want this sort of flare. But you get the idea. That's how you would go in and change these things. Or add your own light in. But, so that one is specifically for Mysterious Unknown, who is still here. Automation. Swear to God, Phil, man, I couldn't individually select the lights. Oh, right. Yeah, I was able to do that. I forgot that you struggled with that. What you're looking for is the symbol, not the light mesh. Yeah, I don't know why yours would be different from mine. I doubt that I've been given early access secretly. Alright, so... I'm gonna turn around. Like, what is the projectile force of these things at the moment? I don't know, something just... the particles seem better. I mean, they're still going through 3D objects, which I would rather it didn't, but... That's just a limitation of, like, that's another performance hit. Do you want to take another performance hit to have that one fixed? For some reason, the symbols disappeared from my editor. F11, go in, make sure that you're on Object Select. Also, I like to select the World Select and turn it to local coordinates instead as well. And then you have 1, 2, and so 1 is Move, 2 is... So it's basically changing these ones. So you got Translate, which is movement, rotate, and scale. So 1, 2, and 3 will change those. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I posted another iteration of your screenshot. Okay. My sleep schedule is screwed, not gonna lie. Yeah, if you're here on my stream and you're from America, that's probably a good assessment. Anyway, I wanted to make a debug for the AI, and that's gonna need to be on vehicle specific things. But we also need to somehow call it. I reckon I could call it on an extension. So I'm gonna make a new mod for this because this one is not going to be shared with it because it's just going to overwrite files. I want something. I don't know what I want. Nope. Nope. Yes, okay. Unpacked. New. Folder. AI debug. Wait, no. AI script. AI rework. Then Lua. Oh. What happened? Oh, it ended up here, did it? Alright, that's fine, whatever. Folder. Lower. G. Vehicle. Inside of here. Extensions. In vehicle, then we go. What is the AI file in? It's just under vehicle. All right. Open VS Codium. Lower. G vehicles extensions. Good. Vehicle. It's going to go in here. Because otherwise... Actually, I don't need this. So let's go new folder. Extensions again. F2. Script... AI lower. Then under here, it's going to be new folder, script, AI, rework. Yeah, we're going to use that. Then under here, new folder, scripts, new folder, script AI rework, new file, mod script. I think it has to be capitalized, I'm not sure. .lua. I can't remember. We'll have a look at that in a bit, and we'll do the extensions load thing. And actually, I might have an example of that. Here we go. Mod script, capital there. Okay. This is going to go in. There. Then in GE, I'm gonna have an app. Now, there's meant to be an app editor. Window app? Somebody was talking about it the other day. There was like a thing for making apps. Does anybody know that? You like my live streams? Thank you, Jala. You gonna go for now, Mysterious? Okay, thanks for being here. Hold control, shift and mouse wheel up and down. Adjust icon's distance value. Oh, really? Oh, it does. Oh my god, thank you so much. I remember having a problem with that. And I can now take thumbnails from the world editor. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that one, Juzo. When will stream end? About 3 hours from now. For time day presets, cool. Script AI, sidewalk, terrain. EndeavourOS demo. Okay. So this is what we're gonna work with. It's not the thing that I was thinking I'd heard about. I get the icons and camera speed one mixed up all the time. Yeah, that can happen. I mix other things up. I think I mix the node grabbing force and the camera speed mixed up occasionally. About this demo, examples, tools. See the show demo window code in MGUI demo CPP. You are here. I cannot click it. Okay. So, let's see if I can find that. IMGUI demo.cpp. Oh, no, that can't. Oh, IMGUI underscore doesn't show up. Oh, wait. GUI. I was just a letter off. Okay. MGUI demo. Fine. Current. Okay. We want BeamNG directory. It doesn't show up anywhere. So what is this CPP thing that they're talking about? So apparently you are here. I don't know what that means. C comments and MGUI CPP. So we can have a look there. We did see stuff like that. .cpp. I don't understand how it's written anywhere. That's the wrong thing. MGUI. Oh, it's a flow node? Node flow thing? Flow graph. That's what I meant. It's also under shaders. So under this, lower GE extensions, flow graph nodes, UI MGUI. So does this have to be a scenario, does it? Can I do the get foreground scenario thing? Task load level step. No. Get foreground mission ID. So this is not a flow graph thing that's happening, but I'm being sent to the flow graph to do it. Okay, what is happening? Why can't I select and move this? Okay, there we go. I can grab it over there. see the comments in that, but I can't seem to find it. See example applications in the examples folder. Examples folder. User guide. Double click on the title bar to collapse the window. Click and drag the lower corner to resize. Double click to auto fill the window. Control click. User guide stuff. So. Am I making a 039? Oh yeah, I didn't change the title of the stream, did I? Fuck, how do I do that? Stream settings, that's how I do that. Edit. Then mod making. We'll put that in there, because that was a significant part of the stream, and I don't want to have to change the VOD title later. Because I will forget. Configuration. What is configuration? Okay, so this is a demo. EndeavourOS. No, that's just a demo. Debug. So where's debug? Debug. Available icons, extensions, debug. Ground model, EndeavourOS demo, performance raycast, render, traffic, vehicle AI path plan debug. Oh. I don't know what Viz Helper is, but we'll have a look at that as well, maybe. What is Viz Helper? Oh, it tells me what it is. Okay. Mouse will rotate options. Oh, weird. Huh. So this is like a part of their dynamic decal thing. Inadvertently. What did it do? Decal saved 1. Wait. Is this a decal painter in the thing? Hold on. Can I paint onto a car with this? Ah, shit. I hate accidentally pressing that. It doesn't look like I can paint onto vehicle objects. If I close Viz Help. Oh shit, it stays up. Clear? Oh, thank God. What engine did you put in the F9? Your Brockle 9 mod? Ooh. Might have been a Chariot engine? I'm not sure. So... Menu. New? Oh, so... menu console log, simple layout. Let's go simple layout. This might actually be what we use. Property editor? No, I think I like this one. Not sure what language that is. Long text display? No. Auto resizing window. Constrained resizing. Simple overlay. Okay, well, we don't want that one. Full screen manipulating window tiles. Oh, wait, is that multiple? No, manipulating window. No, we don't want that. How do I get rid of that? Custom rendering. Ah, right. Dock space? Well, I don't want dock space. Documents. Actually, this might be more our speed. I can't resize it though. Lettuce and eggplant are selected, but not tomato and a rather long tile or some document. I can't apparently edit anything in this. Okay, there is a problem with selectable windows. Yep, it's gone again. Great. There we go. Okay. Yeah, actually, this one might be... the one that we use. But then again, my map object, that one... a combination of both. I think... we'll start with this one. Menu... fish hack? New. What is this? Focus position, move forward, down to terrain, start that, player vehicle, camera. Set up all vehicles. Yeah, I don't think this allows us to really edit much. I'll start and finish. But we have no option to save. Start. And finish. Okay. But can I save it? Oh, okay. We have a bunch of settings here. Awareness force coefficient? I don't know what that means. Edge distance, don't know what that means. Look ahead, KV, don't know what that means. Static friction coefficient multiplier. Oh, so that's a cheat value, is it? Okay. Turn force coefficient. Use current route. Start. So it picked up the fact that it was in the middle of the route, so that makes life a little bit easier, but then it stops? Well, this is not debugging anything. Let's set the AI back here. So it's not running anymore? What happened? There. Enable AI debug drawing. Oh, there we go. Reload? That was the vehicle. Start. Okay. It's getting the debug. And then it stops about there. But that is not where we told it to finish. So I don't think this sort of pathfinding works for us. It's like a plan debug? Like like I can't modify anything here. Yeah, by the way, if you haven't picked up on it, Jahala, Jella, when I was talking earlier about, like, I ignore people asking mod requests, specifically I was talking about you. In that particular instance. But it seems that you didn't pick up on that, so I'll just let you know. So we don't want that. That's not helping us. How do I go, example, simple layout. Menu, save as. Doesn't work. Okay, then how do I make a new one? Is this all an example as well? You know what? This... It seems that there's a little bit of recursiveness here. Yeah, that's a bit of a mistake. Cherry engine in line 5? Not sure. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't take mod requests, sorry. Menu. How do I make this? So I know that in this nodes thing, when we had a look, there was nodes UI, ImGUI, and we can make something the similar way that they make it. Is this actually... Oh, here we go. UI flow graph editor. No. This isn't actually building anything. Dialogue. Can you only make ImGUI from flow graph? Maybe. I don't know. It's so confusing. ImGUI. Create an editor tool extension. Please don't be in. Good. Okay, we're not in tech. We'll help you create your own tool for world editor, following some paradigms and editor APIs using that will allow the tool to seamlessly integrate into the editing workflow. Create the extension Lua file. This calls our tool list. My cool tool. We'll create a new file, do a GE extensions editor folder. Okay, we need to be in the extensions folder. New folder, editor. As my cool tool. Okay, new file. Script. AI modification .lua. If you have some low-level API for this tool's operation, you can create a Lua file in the editor API folder. Really don't know what API is. Where all low-level non-UI APIs for editor operations reside, writing the base code. The current code will be written on your new editor extension for your file. Okay. Let's try this out. I'm just going to bring in everything to start with. Log tag. Oh, you know what? I misnamed this as well. There. Good, there was only the one. This is used for logging as a tag. Shortcut for that. Here you can place your MGUI calls. This function is called every frame when the world editor is active. If our tool window is not shown, just return. If not editor, window is visible, my window. What is my window? Then return end, begin our window. If editor, begin window, my window, then your widget's here. Okay. This function is a callback when we add below and call the window menu item is clicked. Usually used just to show our tool window. So the examples in editor. What is it? It was, editor, scripter. Okay. Well, that's not really going to help me massively. I find it easier to read here. Your widget's here. So, what, multiple windows? Because there's multiple? We're just yapping for the sake of it at this rate? Oh, Yellow? You can't sleep for a bad reason? A house on my block catch fire is on fire currently? Or because if it's on fire currently, that's understandable. This function is a callback when we add below called window. Call the menu when window menu item is clicked. Usually used just show our tool window. This function is a callback. We add below and called when window menu item is clicked. Usually used to just show our tool window. Show our window, this will set the visible bool to true. Usually used just to show our tool window. Don't know what that means. Show our window. This will set the visible bool to true. Okay, so it must be like hidden or something. This function is called when the editor is first initialized. I'm going to change my window. Is there more than 3 references? There's 4 down here as well. I'm going to change this to script AI 2. Why is this yellow? What's happened? Have I done something wrong? There's only 1 reference to this? Okay. And that is... you know what? Script AI rework, as in you can rework your things. Script AI reworker. Let's go with that. This function is called when the editor is first initialized, okay? It will not be called every time after that when the editor... will not be called every time after we toggle the editor visibility. Okay, that's fine. So it's just like on initiation. So just once per game session or Control-L press to reload Lua scripts. Okay. This will add our tools, AA menu item in the window menu. The first parameter is the text of an item. The first parameter is the text of an item. Text? The second parameter is the callback to be used when the item is clicked. Oh, so we add just a whole list of things to happen in here. Okay. This extension is not experimental, work in progress. Okay. In the window menu. Oh. Oh, I don't think I care too much about this. Wait, no, window menu? That window menu, okay. The first one, okay, so we only need one of these then. All right, now I'm getting it. Not our own window menu, it's their window. First parameter is the text of the item. Okay, the second parameter is the callback, so the function that's happening when it happens. Okay, on window menu, my cool tool, we're gonna change that to script AI reworker. Then on window menu item, the first parameter is the text of the item. The second parameter is the callback to be called when it is clicked, so that'll happen. Then editor extension info is experimental false. That's all that is, that's fine. So this one is the parameter of the callback that is clicked. So it doesn't need to be called on window menu item, it could be called whatever, but that has to align there. Register our window by name and a default size. I don't know. Let's go with that. Let's go Control L and see if that shows up automatically. Or maybe, you know what, I should probably deactivate and reactivate the mod. All right. It's not here. I might have to reload. But I feel that now we're on to the next step now that we've done that. Add an edit mode. If you want your tool to have a toolbar with actions, then you can use the edit mode system, which lets you add and edit more to the editor. An edit mode is a state in which the editor enters and all the actions are focused on a specific task. For example, the object tool has 3 actions for move, rotate, and scale, which appear on the toolbar when this mode is selected. Likewise, you can add your own custom edit mode. Edit modes are usually for viewport actions like scene, operations, what? Editing or creating specific objects like road, rivers, paths, specific AI tools. To add an edit mode, you'll do the following. To have a toolbar with actions, and then you can use the edit mode system, which lets you add an edit mode to the editor. Ah, okay, I think I'm getting it now. And this is actually something that we will need eventually. An edit mode is a state in which the editor enters and calls the actions on a specific task. Okay. More info, edit modes. Love that. I find this really hard to read, like the grey on black, because I got the dark reader on. You know what, actually, toolbar. When the edit mode is active, we can add some UI, respectively toolbar buttons for our editing operations. To do that, we set the toolbar callback member for our edit mode and draw toolbar buttons here. Undo and redo capabilities. can I just grab this whole thing and chuck that in? I think I want that. Yeah, well, I don't think I can grab the whole thing, so let's grab this. Or is this meant to be a different file? When doing various operations in it, you can add, undo, and redo steps, which is a must-do, so the user experience is aided by the fact operations can be reverted. This does not apply to edit modes only, but also to various editing operations in general. In the following example, we'll explore both scenarios. I don't care about clipboard operations for now. So, here lets you define some simple variables used to test for the undo steps. My sample undo action 1 and 2. You know what? I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna editor. New file. Undo script AI test.lua. There. Or there. This is easier to read for me. A house on my block. Catch fire just put out. Okay. These streams have been pretty nice to put in the background while I work on my projects. Cool. I'm glad. Undo history action handlers. This will execute when the user presses Ctrl-Z to undo that. Item was clicked. It must set the old values, which are modified, of course. This can get involved as you could see it fit. Note, do not make this function local. Right. Of course. I don't fully understand, but I think I have seen that. This will execute when the user presses Ctrl-Y to redo. Great. Same as simple function undo 1. No, do not make this. Oh, okay, alright. Why do they have two lots of